Welcome again. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to the second day of the conference, the Sustainable Tourism Storage Days. And I would like to introduce you Anne Schmidt, who is our events coordinator, and she will be hosting the session today. Anne.
Also from my side, good morning, everyone. I would like to ask you to please take a seat, and we can start our second day of the conference. I really hope you enjoyed the first one we did, and you had a great evening at the gala dinner yesterday. So I'm the host for today's session. I'm pretty nervous. Please forgive me if I'm doing some mistakes. But I would love to introduce our keynote speakers for today. So first, Rika Chine-François is going to present. And then we have Xavier Font. And we would also love to introduce our sponsors for today. Our day host, Simple View. And first, we will hear about Outdooractive and their approach to sustainable tourism. Thank you very much. So... As I said, our first keynote speaker is Rika, and we are really happy to have her here. As ITB Commissioner for CSR, Rika is a passionate speaker at international events. And at our conference, she will talk about well-managed tourism, a strong market-based product which can empower local society, communities, preserve ecosystems and cultural assets. But it can also support livelihoods and even push progressiveness. As tourists increasingly demand authenticity, A stronger place attachment is important to create stunning, memorable experiences. Rika, I'm very much looking forward to your view of how to proceed with the path of sustainable tourism. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Kalimera, how we say in Athens. It's bad to be the first speaker in the early morning, and I decided against having a presentation with a lot of statistics and so on. So I will just talk a little bit. And I think Professor Xavier later on will have a lot of research. So yeah, just to start. Yeah, ITB, you know ITB, hopefully. We try to give wings to sustainable responsibility. As you introduced me already, I'm the commissioner for CSR, and I'm responsible for anything related to being responsible and sustainable. And you asked me to talk about how can destinations develop towards a more sustainable tourism with greater benefits to the local communities, while at the same time, of course, staying competitive. So in a way, it's how to walk the path of sustainability. I feel a little bad because you're all experts here, and I'm sure that most of the things I'm going to say you will already know. So, but please forgive me if I'm just repeating what you already know. So to walk the path to sustainable and responsible tourism, we really need, first of all, governmental vision. We saw that yesterday also when the Vice Mayor of Athens was talking, which includes long-term planning and investment. And this has to be adaptable to change as well. We need destination management instead of destination marketing as we used to have earlier. And we need to unify all local players. So that means establishing a DMO and drafting a management plan based on the destination's realistic status quo, not on some nice picture. And it means analyzing the strengths and opportunities, the challenges and the weaknesses before starting to promote a destination. There are many similar destinations with short-term development orientation that cope with the same problems: a lack of destination identity at the end, ineffective market positioning, and uncoordinated market presentation. And that's not what we want. So we also need private-public partnerships and cross-sector cooperation, including NGOs, very important, academia and research, of course. And management and daily operations need to be based on various quality planning concepts and tools. We've been talking about that yesterday as well. We all work with the GSTC tools. I'm a board member of the GSTC, and I really advise you to look into those tools. They're great. So, and we don't need tolerance. There's no tolerance if it comes really to be on a sustainable tourism path. Not, okay, that doesn't matter, so the supply chain, oh no, that's wrong. I didn't finish yet. So, yeah. So, and now I'm coming to one of the most important points, actually. That's the community involvement. Community-driven, locally rooted initiatives, regulations to legally protect the rights of communities. That's what we need. And we need to integrate the local civil society in the process from the very beginning. So local communities need to be involved to co-design the, and to enable policymakers to prepare a policy that really meets stakeholders' needs and addresses their concerns. They need to take actively part in tourism development decisions to ensure that their needs are incorporated. So well-managed community-based tourism is a strong market-based product which can indeed empower the local society, and it can create, what we also heard yesterday very often, better lives. It can preserve their culture and also offer travelers unique experiences. So what we need to do, what you need to do, is do not invest in short-lived trends. They might be nice for a certain time, but it's better to identify really a destination's own values and build on them. And tourists, we know that, increasingly demand this authenticity, and a stronger place attachment is important to create rememberable experiences, and that at the same time increases sales. So to stay competitive in the long term, destinations need to stick to authentic products and also authentic tour guides, the whole supply chain. And at the end, it is all about what we also heard, and it's the credo I'm always talking about: create better places to live. Sustainable, resilient places functioning on a macro, but also on a micro level. And then you will have content citizens that can welcome tourists, and both will enjoy a well-managed place. So destinations respecting their citizens and communities preserve ecosystems and cultural assets. They invest in clean water and infrastructure, as well as in education, thus support livelihoods according with the SDGs, And small local entrepreneurs are supported to grow their business. Local employees receive fair wages. That's also part of the game. And progressiveness for the whole destination may thrive if all that is happening. And to do so, leakage must be prevented, not the big chains only. And the money spent by the tourists must stay, ideally, in the destination. So, yeah, but there's something also to take care of. It's stop cultural erosion, value and strengthen local culture without commercializing totally the life of the communities, because this might happen as well. So talking about competitiveness, tourism competitiveness generally presents the competence of a tourist destination to heighten its attractiveness for locals and travelers through delivering high quality, innovative, value-added products. So cooperating with the local communities has competitive advantages. The strong sense of the local community is a vital part of a destination's competitive advantage. Local businesses are owned by people who live in the community, they know the life, they are less likely to leave early, they invest in the community's future, and have a better understanding even of the local products. So cooperating with the local communities fosters entrepreneurship and new business ventures as well. And also what we need to do on the path to sustainability is to tackle over-tourism. The risks, all of us know, because people in the destination really suffer from over-tourism. It seems like it's mainly a distribution problem. We all know already destinations should set up programs to attract visitors throughout the year rather than at peak seasons, promote visits to remoter or smaller places rather than to hotspots, and measure the positive impact. Okay, there is not one solution, there are many solutions, and you all know better than I do. Talking about climate change, people have become aware by now that with climate change, the planet itself is at risk. And because of the wars, peace is at risk again. So consumer demand is changing accordingly, and travelers are increasingly asking for green and also for safer products. In any case, a rising number of destinations is seriously challenged and threatened by climate change. And unfortunately, it will continue and it will get worse. So every place on Earth will be affected. So we urgently need to strengthen local supply chains and create community resilience. Also, again, on a micro level, but also on a macro level. There are some resilience centers already where all the destinations can be part of. There are also small initiatives really engaging the communities. And I think that is important to create resilience, because if you wait until a disaster is happening, it will be too late. So get engaged in the international, global, but also in very small micro level initiatives if it comes to flooding or whatever happens in your destination, that you can react immediately. renewable energy, of course, is key. If we talk about climate change, we need intelligent mobility, but we need investment, research, and of course, green financing to really open the way to transition to renewable energy. Otherwise, it won't happen. And if energy policies focus only on security concerns, as they do now, they're likely to undermine the sustainability agenda. We need transition to clean, renewable energy systems, no short-term, quick fix solutions. We have to prioritize investments to develop really sustainable products and to invest in renovation rather than building everything new, cradle to cradle recycling. I'm sure you've all heard about it. Try it whenever it's possible. And commit also to a carbon reduction plan for every industry sector, and all CO2 emissions in a way need to get a price. So to walk the path to sustainable tourism destinations should be proactive rather than waiting for, well, the new customer demand and then we will change it. Millennials are coming, going. So destinations must get ready for new economic and social ways of travel, also digital nomads, staycations, or for meaningful and or even more remote travel options. You have heard about micro destinations and so on, which always include local communities. Travel will stop being about seeing places, but will increasingly become seeing people. So one more thing important also for destinations is always a holistic approach, not neglecting the social aspects of tourism if we talk about environmental protection. A successful and also socially sustainable destination management also requires the implementation of principles of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in all business activities and structures as a basic requirement for all human relations policies, staffing, and work. So a progressive HR management might even help to bring employees back to the tourism industry because people are normally underpaid, and especially women are not going over the glass ceiling. So social aspects really matter also in tourism. The complex of problems related to refugees and movements like Black Lives Matter have recently also influenced tourism. There is now the Black Travel Alliance, trying to get people of color into tourism, into advertising, being part of it. Sustainable tourism is a strong advocate towards a better society, and tourism can be a tool, a door opener, I always say that, and not only reach environmental, conservational, but also social targets. It's a door opener. So how can we become resilient? Well, without rethinking also the way we do politics. I'm just asking, because I read a lot about it lately, would a so-called feminist foreign policy approach, which doesn't mean, you all know that it doesn't mean that it's just a feminist thing, might that be a solution? Because this movement, this approach is fundamentally pacifist, which is important. We need peace. Our industry needs peace. It promotes a regenerative approach to nature, what we also do, and it seeks to achieve overall equality by dismantling structural inequalities and asymmetries of power. And these asymmetries are often rooted in gender inequality or other intersecting forms of inequality, like race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, disability, class, and so on and so on. So, yeah, please give it a thought. Thank you. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rika. And I can only speak for myself, but at least for me, it wasn't everything heard before already. So thank you very much. And to also highlight again that people are the key of our segment, and it's just, also making it so special. I would like to welcome next Mr. Xavier on stage. Hello, good morning. It is an honor to have you here. Let me just quickly introduce you before you start, and then, the stage is yours. Professor Xavier is Professor of Sustainability Marketing at the University of Surrey. In 2021, he conducted the consultation for the European Commission on the transition pathway to a green tourism economy by 2030. And he co-organized the European Tourism Convention in 2020. Previously, he has consulted for 5 United Nations agencies, the World Bank, and several national and regional tourist boards and the private sector. Welcome on stage, Xavier.
All right, just 1 second, guys. I'm putting a timer to just make sure I actually stay on time because I know how difficult it is with days like today. Okay, so I'm going to talk about something different. For those of you who have heard my presentations before, it's not my usual stuff about marketing communication. This is work that I've been doing for the European Commission as part of a much larger team. We're looking at how we reduce seasonality in the tourism industry. The material I'm going to share with you today is based on a website I'm going to share with you in a second. And essentially is looking at how we design more sustainable tourism experiences and how we use it as a way of reducing seasonality. Okay, so there's a few key messages I want you to remember from today, but essentially the website is this. I know the presentation's been recorded in case if you want to as well. And there are 6 basically key messages I want to talk to you about today. Because the work we've been doing essentially has been using your taxes, European taxpayers' money, everything we have published on this website is on Creative Commons license. You can use it even if you're a consultant, even to make money. Rip it apart, reuse it. We're giving you all the PowerPoint slides in English, in French, in Spanish, and the manuals in English and in French. It's there to be used. It's taxpayers' money, okay? Knowledge should not be behind paywalls. Okay, so we've got 6 areas of content that I think we need to work on. And the first one, we need to remember that for most destinations, they've been getting away with murder for way too long. We have been reusing iconic locations as a way of selling our place. But in effect, we need to move away from just selling the product and we need to move experiences a lot more. And many tourism businesses are still not in a position to know how to do that. So too much of what we are selling is not sufficiently good. We haven't really moved on. Look at what your mobile phone looks like now, and look at what it looked like 10 years ago. And look at what the tourism experiences look like that you're selling now and what they look like 10 years ago, right? We haven't really moved on. What we're offering is still way too simple. So let's move on and make sure that we offer experiences that use as many of the 5 senses as we possibly can. And the only way to do this, to actually engage people to travel in winter or in off-season is going to be to give a more experiential sort of benefit. Linked to that, I think very often we look at sustainability and products in winter as in a really simplistic way. So look at the risk of designing or not designing good experiences for winter destinations. And I find that too many of us are still looking at winter as we're accepting that our experience will have limited demand, and we still believe that the only way to have demand for winter is to reduce prices, as opposed to saying how we design these different experiences. Your summer products will not work in winter. You can't just hope that climate change will help you and it'll get a bit warmer and people will be able to do it in winter. Or just saying, well, I'll just give them a outdoor patio heater and that will do, and a summer product will work in winter as well. We need to do it the other way around. We're already full in summer. Stop marketing summer. Just the end. As a tourist board, stop marketing summer. If summer doesn't market itself, you're fucked. Right? You're already dead. Right? All we're doing today is a post-mortem. Your entire job is marketing, spring, and I've forgotten this was being recorded. Oops. Okay. I'll move on. Right, next slide. So remember, we've got different products and different markets in winter. We just can't keep pretending that in winter we're going to have the same markets that we have in summer. Okay? It just doesn't work like this. So one thing that we learned during COVID is we remembered locals existed. What a surprise. Not just as a source of entertaining the tourists, but as a market by themselves. Now, I wish we valued them in other ways other than just because they're dollars on legs. And now we discovered a different set of dollars and legs, the locals, but let's start designing products that combine and experience that combine the ability of locals to also engage as well as some of those visitors from overseas, okay? So put locals first and look at, but what we also know is that the locals are much more choosy with their products. You can sell a foreign person almost anything, right? Particularly when they're visiting your place for the first time. And if your market is first-time visitors that will never repeat, how sustainable is your business model? Like, really? We all know it takes 5 times more effort to attract a first-time visitor than a repeat visitor. Why does every tourist board design brochures for first-time visitors and we don't design them for repeat visitors? Okay? I look at the marketing campaigns for so many destinations, I just think it doesn't make sense. Why Barcelona, my hometown, why are we still writing the brochure in Catalan and then translating it to 7 languages and hoping that the Japanese, the Chinese, the Russian, the German, and the Spanish themselves all will want exactly the same thing? We haven't understood the first thing about marketing, essentially. Okay, so you look at the examples like, this museum. In summer, they've got one collection that works well for first-time visitors. In winter, they completely empty the entire collection and they turn the museum into a place for locals to actually do creative arts themselves. And they're not afraid to do that. Before, what do? They closed it in winter. How do you want the residents to be happy with something like this? So if your marketing campaigns are going to focus on encouraging repeat visits, then you have to tell customers what to look forward to. Create an annual pass. Make sure that customers have reasons to return because essentially you have seen that you can give them something time after time and there can be interesting things to do on a regular basis. Create a sense of belonging. Create a club, right? If you're a tourist attraction, for example, this works really well. Give status to people. Okay, my local tourist attraction essentially gives me a free coffee and a cake on my birthday. Why? Because they know I'm not going to come alone. I'm going to come with others, right? So you can do things like these that make people feel welcome, okay? Run clubs, okay? So you can have a running club that runs from your own tourist destination, okay? Where you can encourage people to come running. I don't know, in the UK we have something called Park Run, and in parks all over the country, 9 a.m. every Saturday morning, there are free runs. If a tourist destination, let's say Cyprus, decides to now start organizing Park Run, people from the UK who like running will come because it's part of a free movement and they know where to go and look for those things. Discount or ideally upsell. Discounting is the cheap way of marketing. That's just lazy marketing, okay? Reducing your price. Actually, it's much more important to upsell and to bundle products, but products that people really want to purchase. And provide some sort of loyalty gifts, like I was just talking about a second ago, okay? So an example, I remember, I helped this person introduce this. In the UK, we have something called the National Trust's 50 Things to Do Before You Are 11 3/4. Why 11 3/4? It's much more fun than 12, right? Kids in the UK, when they turn 12, they go to secondary school and they become horrible. Right? Something really happens in their pre-adolescent brains, like, they'll get fried up until they're 20 plus. So the key here is the 50 things to do. Every single one of those things has carbon footprint 0. Roll down a hill, fly a kite, make a mud pie, play Winnie the Pooh sticks on a river, right? Carbon footprint 0. But nobody went to them and said, if you have a carbon impact, you are a bad person, right? Instead, we actually gave them something fun to do that customers wanted to do in the first place, right? Customers don't respond well to finger wagging, okay? So exactly, what he does is he applied this to 50 things they can do around his hotel, and he said to me, if somebody does all 50 things, we give the family a free weekend in our hotel. I said, David, that's really generous. But his answer was, it's not generous at all. It makes perfect business sense. The kind of customers that want to do this are the customers I want to come back. In your business, I am sure every single one of you have had customers you think, I would pay money so these people would have never come. Yeah? My life would be much, much happier if they weren't here. So what he's saying is, I am using things like this as a way of segmenting my market. I only want the kind of customers that are wholesome, healthy, call them sustainable if you want, to actually come to my place. And of course, these are the customers that recommend your place. If your destination, implicitly or explicitly, is still only targeting white, Christian, middle-class, heterosexual couples with 2 children who have no disabilities, you're still in the 1980s. Okay, move on, right? The world has changed a lot. I'll say no more about that. But just look at the photos on your own website and you tell me who you're marketing to. Because the photos tell a lot more than the words you're using. Okay? I'm not doing very well here for time, am I? I'm still on number 3. There's something special about your place in low season, but you just need to figure it out. And you need to figure out what's different between low season and high season. Okay? So consider what makes locals tick, what makes them actually enjoy the place where they're in that low season. What's special about the natural environment, what emotions you can convey to people, what can they access they couldn't access in the summer season, how in low season the time seems to move more slowly. You make time for things, you make time for people. But you need to make sure that the photography you use, the experiences you're selling, essentially convey this message. So you may have to offer an indoor space as a way of combining indoor and outdoor. You may have to offer suitable equipment. I know bed and breakfast, for example, in winter, they allow, they basically say, we've got welly boots for you. Just come and use our welly boots. You don't need to have your own equipment for winter. Okay? Guarantee some sort of weatherproof access to places. Okay? So make sure that I understand that the place will still be accessible. And train your staff to actually say to your customers what you can do in winter, right? The number of times I go to reception in a hotel and say, what is there to do here? And they look totally confused. And they just say to me, Google it. I'm thinking, well, if you really value your job, and I'm like, yeah, you should do more than just Google it, okay? So here's another example. This is a park. Okay, this is a garden. And you can imagine, well, how do I make gardens interesting in winter? They've changed some of the plants. So this is called midwinter fire. Okay, the beautiful red and orange stems in the winter. And what they've done is they've even changed some of the planting in the garden. So you've got seasonal aspects in the garden and you've got different things that you can do. And when it comes to December, this garden, for example, invites local carol singers from the community to come and sing in their garden at the far, far end of the garden. So when you go to the visitor center, you hear them, but you can't see them. So you're using sound as a way of moving them to the end. And when you get to the end, they offer, mulled wine, which essentially is hot spiced wine. I know some of you will think that's disgusting, okay? And hot chocolate. And they find ways of combining different activities you can do in the garden center. Why? They know that opening the garden center in December loses money, only it doesn't because people buy Christmas gifts. But the garden center in itself would lose money. So you look at how your different activities cross-subsidize one another as well. We have to design more innovative experiences. Okay, got 7 minutes left, I'll keep going. So the reason why we like selling summer and not winter is because it's an easy thing to do. Summer sells itself. If you want to sell in winter, you need to think harder, right? So you need to start thinking, how do I personalize my product? How do I package my product? How do I look for premium elements of my product? How do I gamify the experience? How do I engage with customers to co-create? But every one of those things makes your brain hurt because you actually have to work for it, okay? Now, the thing for me is, you do this in winter, you experiment in winter, because in summer you haven't got time to experiment. In summer is all hands on deck, right? So if what you're saying is, I am so tired from my summer that by the winter I just need to rest, you are trying to run a marathon as a series of sprints. And anybody who's a runner knows this is a bad idea. How do you run a marathon, steady pace, all the time? You don't just run for 3 kilometers and then you sit down for a rest. And then you run for another 3 kilometers as fast as you can, right? That's not the way to run a business or a marathon indeed. Okay, so create dark skies programs and train businesses. And find a common need with other places. In summer, everybody looks after themselves, right? In winter, the only way in which you'll be able to actually create a business that thrives, a destination that thrives, is finding a common need with others, talking to your neighbors, not seeing them necessarily as competitors, right? One of the main reasons why people don't come to a destination in winter is because they think your business may be open, but around the neighborhood, there'll be nothing else open. So it's not interesting anymore. So creating, coordinating, with others, sharing data, joining forces, learn it, do it during the winter, because in the summer, you're not going to have the time to do that. So here's an example of 5 destinations in the French Atlantic coast that did just that. People used to go to these destinations to swim in the sea. And what they realized, actually, there's an increasing market of people that say, I want to be by the seaside. I don't necessarily want to get wet. And what they said is, well, you know what? Actually, the seaside is much more pleasant in that case if you come in October, November, March, and so on. Okay? So the 5 destinations basically package themselves around different categories, and they put together this campaign, The Seaside in Winter. Again, in your destination, consider what's the bucket list for most people, right? I'm from Catalonia, northern Spain, and one of the things I would say is you could have a bucket list for tourists, but you can also have a bucket list for Catalan people, right? Catalan people are a little bit like Scottish and people from other parts of the world. We're quite proud of where we come from. So you can easily have a bucket list that says, well, you're not really Catalan unless you have seen these 25 different places in Catalonia. Right? People like checklists, people like bagging destinations. So you're thinking, okay, let's have a campaign on that kind of bucket list of all the things you need to do, or you can, essentially find ways how in winter we can get people to reconnect with nature, going back to simpler things, learning from the traditional way of doing things, but also exploring yourself, which I know it sounds a little bit like being full of yourself now, but in an age where we're much more aware of people's own mental health and looking after yourself and recharging your own batteries, I think there is a market for a lot of these things. I'll keep skipping because clearly we haven't got a lot of time, but there are so many ways in which it's so easy to kind of upsell, okay? This destination, this is in the United States, is a small hotel, and what they said is we used to be relatively empty in the autumn, and then we did something really simple. Together with the rooms, essentially, we started selling the concept of s'mores. For $5, essentially, you get the chocolate, the crackers, the marshmallows, and you can make your own s'more sandwiches by the fire pit. And they said, for $5, we're losing money. Only we're not. This is the small premium, so people actually want to book the room. Where we make the money is in selling the room. We try to not reduce the price of the room, but we're trying to give them something extra, but for a very affordable price. Get a calendar. How many of you don't have a good calendar on your website? Okay, so if you think about it, Halloween now, in the UK at least, is the second holiday in terms of expenditure. First one is Christmas. Easter used to be the second. People now spend more money, at least in supermarkets, for Halloween than they do for Easter. Right? So let's create packages around that. And then we've got a market for pre-Christmas office parties that don't just stay in your destination, but they basically go further. Okay? Then you've got a Christmas shopping market. Then you've got the Christmas and New Year break. Between New Year and Valentine's, this is the tricky one. Okay? Not much happens in that period. So make sure that essentially you gave the possibility of people giving Christmas gifts as vouchers to come and stay in your place, because people are quite likely to use them very quickly when they get them. Then you can have snowdrop walks or whatever. People tend to forget about the Chinese New Year. The Chinese market spends a lot of money, actually, and particularly when they haven't been able to go back to their home country, they wanted to spend it somewhere in Europe. And then you get to the lambing season, and by the time you realize it's Easter again, and you can start making money. Create your own events. There's many ways of doing things like this. I'm not going to bore you now with the time for marketing and storytelling. I'm going to leave it here. And the reason for this is because many of you know what's coming next. Many of you are already good at marketing, but we just haven't, so essentially, we're not going to do something particularly different in the way in which we market it. A lot of it comes from just putting a little bit more curiosity, enthusiasm, creativity into the work we're going to do. So I'm going to leave those slides there. Let me just finish with the very last slide. When you start working reducing seasonality and you prepare a campaign, you need to create a very clear idea of what it is you're trying to change. And what I'm saying to you is there are at least 6 different potential benefits from reducing seasonality. Don't try to achieve all of them at once. Okay? Set yourself a particular target, work towards that, have a campaign that tries to do that one thing. Thank you very much. All right, I had 43 seconds left, but I cheated because I skipped half the slides. So I'll hand over the microphone back to our hostess.
Thank you very much, Xavier. That was fun and interesting. We are very much looking forward to see you later on again in your workshop. We just heard it twice now that it's time to get proactive. And I think someone that can definitely help destinations and businesses to get proactive is Outdooractive, as it says in the name already. We will just see some inspiring pictures first, and then I would like to ask Albert on stage to have a little chat with Hartmut Wimmer.
This forest is older than any of us. These rocks have been around for millions of years. The mountains have towered over every human that has ever lived. And these rivers have sustained life before any of us were here. We walk, we run, we climb, and we ride in beautiful landscapes and pristine nature. We get to be guests in culture that has grown for generations, and we meet each other in spaces that belong to us all. But the beauty is brittle, and the more we thrust ourselves into the wildest, most untamed and fascinating regions, the more we have to ask ourselves, what is the footprint we want to leave behind? Technology helps us understand how we behave. It gives us guidance, and it connects us, and it helps us protect what we must conserve. We want to take responsibility, and we want to live up to it for an outdoor tourism that is sustainable, regenerative, and meaningful. Join us on our journey to protect the spaces we love for generations to come. Join Outdooractive.
Is it on already? Yes, it's on already. Thank you for this great video. We have had a great workshop yesterday presented by Simon. I was very grateful to jump in after the introduction because I had first another session. There were not extremely a lot of people there because there was tough competition with other spaces, and also many people told me they have no idea what Outdooractive is. So there is really a lot to tell, I think, to this audience. I mean, coming from about 200 destinations, what is Outdooractive? And we have the Chief Executive Officer, Hartmut Wimmer, here to come and introduce Outdooractive to us. So please come here. I think they want us to be seated. Don't know whether that's the best way for everybody to see us, but anyway, as long as the microphone works, it's going to work. So please sit down and please tell us about what is Outdooractive and what you are doing.
Thank you, Albert. So Outdooractive is an outdoor platform, but the company behind is quite old. So I have founded the company about 30 years ago, and we are usually, or actually historically, coming from planning outdoor and tourism infrastructure. And we have been doing this for a while before we have started to digitalize it. And about 20 years back, we figured out that we probably have a very big lever, and we can make very big changes with digitalizing everything and help the people the most to connect and to market tourism destinations. And this is what we are doing since a while. We are pioneers, so we are constantly inventing new things. And we do this for helping the people to plan a trip. So it is still a hustle to find all the information. So you use Google for days before you go on a trip, and we want to change that to bring all the information a tourist needs into one place. No matter which language they speak, no matter which brand they use, and no matter which technology they use. So we have the vision to bring all the information in a digital form in one place that it can be used by everybody. So this is about the vision that we are working on. And yeah, we are doing this quite successful and growing and becoming international. So we are about 150 people currently working in 12 countries, serving B2B customers in 25 countries, and we are reaching about 60 million people on the user side. So this is about the company.
We here are representing destinations. So my question to you is, how do you involve destinations and how do you work with them?
Yeah, the destinations are actually our main customers. So we are working with destinations since about 30 years. And because they are the hosts of every place of the world, so they are all responsible for the part of the world, and as you said, for management rather than for marketing. And nowadays also taking care about sustainability and all the issues with citizens and the locals and the environment. And this is because we are actually here to help them, and to digitalize is helping them to get all the information in the visible area, and also to guide the people in the end. So digitalizing the offers that you have from the POIs or the routes or the events and everything, bringing that onto the map and onto the screen is finally the basis to guide the people. And this is like the first thing that we approach. And this is how we are used to work with them, giving them the opportunity to digitalize everything into a database and then bringing it to the users, to the community. So we run a very big community through more than 2,000 digital channels. So this is where the content will be seen and distributed. And this is like we are the platform facilitating all that.
You are starting to get a greater commitment to sustainability and regeneration in tourism, or using tourism and travel for regeneration. How do you do that? For example, at destination level.
So yeah, this is what we do with our customers is like we bring the information to the people. So this is sounds very easy, but it is actually the main issue, that people that want to travel, how do they inform themselves? And once they only all inform about the highlights that you have on print or on your catalogs or on your websites on the front page, they all go to the same places, and then we have the over-tourism issues, not only in the cities but also in the outdoors. And we are trying to solve that since many years, because we digitalize all the products and all the offers, and then we can guide the people and recommend things in the right context. When it is high season, they should go somewhere else, and when it is winter, as we just heard, they should also come. So this is like guiding people and telling them what to do in a smart way, in a digital way, in a personalized way. And this is what we are doing since many years. And now we want to go even further with collaboration with green destinations.
I have my own now. So does it work? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can. Some of us have found sort of a voucher for the use of Outdooractive and getting a starters package. in their goodie bag, in their digital goodie bag. So how would you encourage them to start using them, and what's their benefit? Why would they do that?
So I think this, what you guys have started and what we guys have started is a really good complementary service, because we are actually helping them to digitalize all their offers and fill a database. And you have created criteria for being sustainable or what to do to fulfill the goals. And bringing these things together on a digital way, this is, I think, a very good idea. So we would like to implement the criteria catalog from GSTC and Green Destinations into our platform. And then we can show all the destinations and also the stakeholders in the destinations index or where they are and what they have got to do to reach their goals as a next step. So this is like on the software basis, I think we could really help and bring the things together and make it visible and make it very reasonable for everybody to do the next step. And then to actually motivate them, as you said, we have put a voucher in the goodie bag. But I would really like to go further and offer something to the top 100 destinations that you guys have chosen yesterday. And maybe we can create something like a campaign. So the best ones that you will be sending to the ITB, as far as I understand, we could offer this also a marketing campaign on Outdooractive, because we are sending out newsletters to almost 10 million people every week. And we are also talking about sustainability, so we recommend sustainable destinations. And once some of these guys that have received the voucher start working with us and digitalize their content and they're part of the world, then we would recommend them and really announce them maybe on ITB and make a campaign out of that. So this would be my offer, just to motivate all of the destination that attend here and that they have been chosen to the top 100 to start really digitalizing and move forward.
This is really a great offer for many of us. I mean, being selected in the top 100 and also aiming to be finalists for the Green Destinations and ITB awards live in March 2023 in Berlin. So do make sure you read you open the goodie bag and check the offer of connection to Outdooractive. And we, as Green Destinations and Hartmut and his team in Outdooractive, are willing to give some special support to indeed this limited number of destinations going to be finalists, and committed to invest some time in making really the best use of this offer. And maybe you could also have an award for the best Outdooractive page of our finalists. So something like that. So we can think about how to benefit from this offer also and make that a really big benefit for you. Hartmut,
I would really encourage you to get in contact with us. So Simon is here, had a workshop yesterday. We will be here the whole day. Get in contact, give us your contact email address, and we will send you some more information as you want. I will speak this afternoon for a couple of minutes. And yeah, this is just take the offer, take the chance, and get in contact with us. And we will support you, train you, and help you.
Hartmut, we have agreed to sign a cooperation agreement. I mean, after having some conversations, some talks earlier by Zoom and other platforms, and I'm really excited about that. Can you say a few words about that? Or are we going to start to do the signing first?
Yeah, this is actually I think it is a beginning of a partnership. And as I said, so you guys have developed and have good standing and reach a lot of destinations, and we as well. And we can help on a technical basis and on a content basis and on a visitor guidance basis. a lot, and I'm very excited to start our collaboration and sign it today.
Super, let's go on with the signing.
So,
So yeah.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations. Few destinations more that will try to be visible through your platform.
I'm really excited and looking forward to help you guys. Thanks.
Do you have any question? Ask Simon later. Thank you so much. Yeah, question from Kirsty?
No, not a question, but maybe you also mentioned the safety security things that you do with that platform for mountain regions. Absolutely great thing.
Yeah, thank you, Kirsty. Yes, we are also a lot in safety and security, as she is mentioning. So this is like where we come from. We come from the mountains, and it's very important that you come back home safe in the evening. And we do have a lot of technology to support that. But it's not only in the mountains. It's actually helping people being visible, being found when they are missed, and being guided.
Thank you. We hope for a great engagement from you all.
Thanks, Albert.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hartmut and Albert, for that introduction. And yeah, I really hope you take the chance to talk to Hartmut and Simon today. Last but not least, we come to our special guest today, to our day sponsor, which is SimpleView. With over 20 years industry experience, SimpleView is sponsoring day 2 of the summit to talk about the tourism industry in general, as well as give some real-life examples of how they've worked with destinations to help them meet their sustainability goals and support the visitor economy. We will see some inspiring pictures again, and then I would really like to introduce Richard Wheel on the stage. Richard, you're welcome to join me already.
Whether you're a big city or a small town, you need the right tools to help promote travel to your destination, built for the way you do marketing. SimpleView is a software, creative and data insights company specific to the travel industry. We partner with global destinations to attract visitors, engage communities, and help win bids for conventions and events. Our CRM and CMS utilize the latest technology and seamlessly integrate with more than 30 product applications. SimpleView also provides web design, digital marketing, and data insights to complement any tech stack. We offer the most trusted travel and tourism solutions in the industry, and we are here to support you, your agency, your stakeholders, and the destination you love. Whether you're a
Okay, thank you everybody. Yeah, I'd just like to welcome you all to day 2 of the Green Destinations Conference. Now, over the last 2 years, so much has changed in tourism. Destination organisations have been forced to reassess their relevance to their local communities and their citizens. And on the sustainability front, there is a very apparent broadening now, of focus from just environmental sustainability, to a more holistic focus that includes environmental, social, and economic sustainability. Any one of these presents considerable challenges, but when you think about all of them together, then there is a great danger of feeling almost completely overwhelmed. In some ways, the more you think about the work that is required, the more you see just how much work we have to do. But like the famous quote, if you want to achieve something quickly, then you must start at once. Fortunately, SimpleView has been thinking about this for many years now. Whilst I'm not here in Athens to give you simple answers to difficult questions, one thing I do know is that progress will only be made through partnerships, through collaboration, and through learning from one another. And this is why SimpleView took the decision to sponsor Green Destinations, because it's conferences such as this one, that the ideal opportunity to do all of these things with a wide range of industry experts, thought leaders, and practitioners. It's also remarkable how much more productive we can be spending time together, face to face. In a world where Zoom calls have become the norm, it's easy to forget the power of getting people into the same room and allowing them to talk, to share ideas, and to make real connections. SimpleView has been working with DMOs, NTOs, and tourist boards for more than 20 years, designing websites, mobile apps, CRM systems, and booking engines that enable our clients to both manage and market their destinations. I'm very proud of the work that we do, and it excites me that we now work with more than 900 destinations all over the world. Now, the point of me telling you this is not to impress or to brag, but rather to let you know that we are not just a supplier of digital products and services. We're also a network of progressive destinations, and we facilitate knowledge sharing among our clients in a very tangible and deliberate way. If you like, you can see the work that SimpleView delivers. It was running hundreds of parallel experiments in real time. And as soon as we find something that works really well in one destination, then we have a duty and an obligation to share it with our other destinations and our other clients. So in that way, SimpleView is a conduit of best practice on a global scale for all things digital for destinations. Now, this is important because the solutions to the problems we face could literally come from anywhere in the world, and therefore having a global span gives us invaluable exposure to ideas and concepts that we couldn't hope to conceive of on our own. I'm very fond of saying that SimpleView works with the most northerly destination on the planet, which is Svalbard, and also the most southerly, a Green Destinations member, in fact, visit the Falklands. And both of these unique destinations stand on the very front line of climate change, and lessons that are learned there will be early warning for destinations everywhere in the fullness of time. After more than a decade of soul searching, where DMOs continually questioned their role in the face of an increasingly digitized global transformation, it took the COVID pandemic for the bold, unequivocal answer to be found. When tourism stopped, the providers, the tourism businesses, turned in their droves to their local DMO for guidance, for support, and for a safe haven to weather the storm. And DMOs responded with renewed vigor and enthusiasm that was inspiring to see. And it is that leadership that I think will be pivotal in shaping destination strategy in terms of sustainability. It's that ability to act as the central hub where the industry comes together that will ensure progress gets made, hoping that individual businesses will do the right thing is just not enough. Maybe 5% of businesses will install PV cells on their B&B or heat their venues with ground source heat pumps or recycle rainwater to be used in their toilets. But they're just the early adopters whose principles override their thought of short-term profit. In order to attain mass adoption of the practices of sustainability, it will require the DMO to nail its colours to the word and make it a genuine story that the destination tells about itself. For that to happen, we need genuine stakeholder engagement, where the providers invest in their local DMO to develop and market the destination in an authentic and sustainable way. So yes, that will attract tourists, which addresses the economic sustainability, but it cannot happen if the issues of equity and diversity are not genuinely part of the social contract underpinning the business owners and the people they employ. And it won't fully address the environmental pillar unless we focus on attracting quality rather than quantity in our visitor profile. In many ways, we're still right at the beginning of this journey, and there is a huge amount of work to do. But I, for one, am very encouraged by the enthusiasm and the attendance at this conference, as that is confirmation to me that sustainability is indeed a very high priority, at least for every one of you here today. And I'm sure that you will leave this destination even more enthusiastic evangelists for the sustainability cause when you return home. So I'm just going to, I was going to say that I was going to leave you with a short video. We've already played the short video. So that explains, hopefully, in a succinct way, what Simple View is all about. And I'd just like to say that Tracy Ryan, who's head of marketing for EMEA, is here. I'm here today, and we're looking forward to meeting you all, sharing ideas, seeing what partnerships can be formed whilst we're all together here in Athens. So just leaves me to say, welcome to day 2 of the conference, and I hope you have a fantastic time. And there is one more final thing: the digital goodie bag. So on your lanyards, in the QR code, if you click on that, you've got a digital goodie bag, and Simple View are offering a significant discount on our digital products and services. So if you would like to take up on one of those offers, come and chat to Tracy and I, and we'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard and Tracy, for helping us making this day possible and for joining the conference. They are also here the whole day. Reach out to them, get to know them. And yes, that was our opening session for day 2 already. We will now have a coffee break until 11:15 and continue then with the different categories of the top 100. In this room, we are going to have a Global Leaders Roundtable discussion. In the room next to us, we will gonna have nature and scenery taking place, and in the rooms upstairs, government reset and recovery, and in the other room, it's gonna be about culture and traditions. So take a coffee, and we will see each other in half an hour. Thank you very much.
My name is Wimmer from and I do Good day, everyone. My name is Wimmer and I do apologize for not being earlier this year.
for being here. Welcome to the Global Leaders Roundtable. If we could start presenting my screen, would be great. There we go. Good. So this roundtable aims to highlight the use of products and services for sustainable destination development in the global debate, and to focus on the implementation of the green destinations products as a complete package at national, region, and destination level. Before we start the conversation, I would like to share some information about the program. The Global Leader Program has a strong focus on cooperation, which facilitates sustainable tourism management at all levels. The program aims to encourage destinations to adopt good practices by formulating their personalized sustainable action plans. The program members commit to share their experience, plans, knowledge, and adopt a comprehensive destination management strategy. Okay, sorry about that. The program is brought to life in the following 3 success stories. Slovenia Green. The objective of the Slovenian Tourism Board has been to promote the country as a green destination and facilitate sustainable tourism growth. Having established the National Program for Sustainable Tourism Development, Slovenia adopted for certification and created the standards for destinations. Later on, the standards were created for other stakeholders as well. And today, they have over 58 destinations as part of the program. The next example is Visit Estonia. Driving the inspiration from Slovenia, one of the significant objectives of Visit Estonia was to create tourism competitiveness sustainably. Green destinations assisted Estonian destinations in developing and implementing sustainable practices for attaining the desired outcomes. Today, we have more than 7 destinations awarded from Slovenia as part of the Awards and Certification Program. Guyana aims to lead the country, Guyana aims to be a leading country in nature and adventure tourism. This product mix requires responsible management to increase the offer's attractiveness and preserve the country's resources. Guyana's objective was to pursue a national accreditation of urban green destinations. This 2-year project is about to finish the first year, and today we have 6 businesses already joining the Good Travel program. There we go. So the Global Leaders Program offers countries and regions tailor-made approach to achieve their sustainable goals through training, support, recognition, and promotion for destinations and businesses. Our holistic approach then includes the 3 elements on the screen: destination engagement, business engagement, and promotion and marketing. Now, I would like to share with you a little message from one of our members, Roman Richmond from GTA, Guyana Tourism Authority, who couldn't be here today, but he just wanted to say hello. Should we play now?
Good day, everyone. My name is Roman Richmond from the Guyana Tourism Authority, and I do apologize for not being physically at this year's Green Destination 2022 conference. Nevertheless, it is meaningful for me to share a few words with you today about Guyana's journey towards officially certifying its sustainable tourism destinations. For those who may not know, Guyana is located on the northeastern corner of South America and is 83,000 square miles in size, bordered by Brazil's south and southwest, Venezuela to the west, and Suriname to the east. 80% of the country is covered in pristine, intact rainforests, and the population is just over 746,000 people. Coupled with this is the fact that 90% of its population lives on the coastal plain, and the capital is located at the mouth of the Demerara River, just about 60 feet below sea level. Tourism is considered a prioritized sector within this destination, and its diverse product offerings fall under 5 main pillars, namely nature and wildlife, active tourism, culture and heritage, birding, and conservation and safe travel within a sustainable frame. We have a wealth of natural and cultural heritage attractions and prolific wildlife. In this tropical country, because of our geographical location, there are no hurricanes or significant natural disasters. Just two seasons, mainly the rainy season and the hot or dry one. However, due to global warming, there has been a significant change in the way the climatic conditions have been reacting in our country, resulting in flooding in both the hinterland regions and the close coastal areas. In light of the above, the Guyana Tourism Authority has taken a bold step to introduce responsible tourism management practices to tourism businesses that will aid in their sustainable development initiatives. Its main objective is to be the leading destination in nature and adventure tourism through the support system offered by the Green Destination for 5 of its businesses within the hinterland region of Guyana, namely Atta Rainforest Lodge, Cayman House Eco Lodge, Iracrama River Lodge, Caranambo Eco Lodge, and Rewa Eco Lodge. Additionally, the Green Destinations has opted to empower through training local auditors to work along on this project, which will undoubtedly yield positive results. These measures are all part of a 2-year plan by the Green Destinations that caters specifically for our country, Guyana, because of its uniqueness. Today, I'm quite elated to announce that we are almost at the finish line to receive our accreditation from the Green Destination Organization, Go Travel Seal program. For this, I would like to say thank you to the Green Destinations for their unwavering support, and we look forward to working with you on future projects. The Green Destination Go Travel Seal program will certainly propel our country, Guyana, to achieve one of its core missions, which is to develop and promote sustainable tourism in Guyana through collaboration to maximize local socioeconomic and conservation outcomes and empower the overall experience of our travelers. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you all the best at this powerful conference. Bye-bye.
And yeah, with that great start, I would like to introduce Mr. Albert Salman, President of Green Destinations and also founder of the Global Leaders Network. Start here.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for being here. In a way, the Global Leaders Program is really important for us. As I tried to stress in my opening presentation yesterday, certification is very, very important for us, but it's not enough. It's just a way to recognize your progress, and how can you reach progress in making your country, your region, your maybe destination, your city, your town, your place, and your business more sustainable, better, a better place for people who live there and who visit there. Global leadership is not limited to national tourism boards. I mean, look at who's going to speak. I mean, Kirsi is not a national tourism board, and you will see that she's actually initiating global leadership activities in the Balkans, and also in Brazil, and not present here in the panel. Actually, a global leaders program has been initiated by Del Turismo, which is a network of connected to tourism business and hotel associations throughout Brazil. It's not the government. It's not the National Tourism Organization. So, in a way, the Global Leaders Initiative was developed in Slovenia, and I was lucky to be introduced by our colleagues of Book Different to Jana, I think already in 2014, and to find out that there were some really committed people and destinations and good places and NGO and National Tourism Board who want to do something together. I think that was really the solution that I was looking for. I mean, the solution, opportunity I was looking for to see how we can make certification just a tool in the process. And it's the process we need. It's not necessarily the certification we need. Yeah, we need it to actually to recognize officially, according to the global standards and the globally accepted ways of recognizing with audits, and it should be independent audits. At country level, or regional level, but in addition to that, also from 2015-16, we've had people from destinations like Kamashi in Japan, and Bodrum in Turkey, who said, can we be a global leader? Can we actually use this concept of bringing people together from businesses, from destinations, maybe from the country, to become like ambassadors for sustainability, and how to bring the different levels together? For what? I mean, in a transformational way. We also have here Jake Haupert of the Transformational Tourism Council. It's the same idea. Like, how do you engage as many people as possible for change, for improvement? And everybody can be a global leader, even in a business, bringing other businesses together and try to engage in that process also a local authority, and then try to widen that. So it's an initiative. It's a way to make sustainability and destination regeneration through tourism work in practice. So please keep that in mind. You can all be global leaders, and I'm glad you're here to maybe discover ways how this could work in your place. Now, I'd like to invite the panelists to the podium. I think that's what we're going to do. Right? So on these seats. Oh yeah, and then I need to show the next slide. I made a mess of this yesterday. This is up.
There we go.
These are the panelists. So you're waiting for that. Sorry about that. To briefly introduce Masha Klemencic, I think you know all well because she was here also at previous events, from Slovenia, the National Tourism Board. Imbi Lepik-Martinsson of Enterprise Estonia, which you could compare also with the Estonian Tourism Board in a way. Jana Api, a good place, already mentioned her as being very instrumental and my link to our sort of most successful laboratory for making sustainable tourism work at the country level. Kirsi, I always have a difficulty of pronouncing that, Hyvarinen, but you have to do that again when you introduce yourself. Natasha Kefala from This is Athens. Welcome also here in your hometown. And Chloe King, who's going to tell us a little bit about a project approach, who's going to try this to make this work in maybe several countries. So I'd like to maybe first ask Jana, like what made you think that Green Destinations could be an interesting partner to help you with this, what I think you had already perceived as taking some global leadership as a country?
Well, thank you. Well, I think this was we didn't, I don't know, we were doing at that time for the tourist board, like in 2014. We came together and was like, okay, we were all the time promoting Slovenia as a green destination, as a green country, but green like more or less by the color. So we said like, okay, and also in Slovenian strategy, sustainable tourism was already a direction there. So we were like, okay, yes, we need green actions if we have a green color. So how to do that? And certification, of course, is a tool to that, on that path. So we created for the Slovenian Tourist Board at that time a proposal, like let's say the analysis actually of the Slovenian tourism, how green we actually are. And then we created 3 scenarios on how we're going to develop, how we can develop sustainable tourism, what kind of certifications should be introduced. One was like, okay, we create something from scratch, we create our own standard. The other one was like, let's not invent the wheel if the wheel was already invented, let's just adopt already existing certifications and just put Slovenia Green on top of it. And the third one was a little bit of combination for the businesses. We just adopt one of the labels, but for destinations we start to work with them more closely, but still adopt, use one of the existing standards. At that time, there was not much to choose from, to be honest. And there was, I was lucky to get in touch with Albert through our colleague, through our joint friend, let's say so. And we were talking about how we can actually work together. So that was, I think, a very interesting path for both of us. And Green Destination was at that time really starting to pick up more and more on the destinational level. And we were looking for a solution, so we started to work together. The first audits we did still on that Excel spreadsheets, and it was quite a nightmare to do it. Step by step, I think we became good partners. And of course, Slovenian Tourist Board was the best partner we could actually have on that journey, because they are the ones making all that actually possible. We were more or less delivering the things for the Slovenian Tourist Board. And I think that's a good combination.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things we did also in the early years was a country baseline assessment, which was at the time kind of the first of its kind. I thought we had the Green Destination Standard not only to test for a small destination, but why not looking at Slovenia at a countrywide destination and to see whether we can actually help Slovenia to consider how strong they are and what their actions are to improve, just using the criteria of the GDE standard. How was that perceived and how was that done? And what was the result?
Well, that was a challenging thing to do, because, of course, going through all the criteria on the country level was even harder than obviously doing it on a destinational level. So we had quite a big working group from different institutions, from university and so on, each doing its part, and we had a bunch of workshops and sitting with them, going through criteria, trying to find data. The really good thing about was that actually we managed to close a few criteria, because we managed to say, okay, this criteria applies, and we are sure that all destinations are doing it. And because of legislation, because of everything what we actually found out. So for some time, we are now opening that up again, but quite for some time we were kind of Slovenian standard, we're using a little bit less criteria than on general the standard for other destinations, which was of course for our destinations really good, because they had to, I don't know, there was maybe 10, 20 or something like that closed, but now with the new standard, I think we are opening that up again. But I think those are like really good insights, because for us it was also then easier to work with destinations, because we knew, like for example, for different criteria, we knew which legislation is behind in Slovenia. And we were also able to say to our destinations, this is what we want you to do on this criteria. And I think this is a really important part, because, and why using the Green Destination Standard in Slovenia works, because not that we only translated it in Slovenian language, but on the side of guidances, we were able to adopt it to our legislation, to our experiences, to our, how Slovenia is actually performing. So I think this is a really good thing, that we have that power within and saying, okay, for this criteria, this is what Slovenian destinations needs to do. And this was actually being able to do that because we did the baseline assessment. So I think this is like a really good step on that path, even though it's really hard to do it.
Yeah. I should add maybe that Guyana also found it a very interesting way for their ambition to become recognized as a country destination, and then to kickstart the process to make all destinations, which are mainly regions, with ecotourism lodges and business stakeholders, aware of the issues, also the gaps, and also to make sure that the things that are the elements that are already found fully compliant at country level don't again have to be addressed by each of the destinations. So they are also working on it and trying to finalize that. The ambition of Green Destination for Guyana with us Green Destination is to achieve countrywide recognition and certification of their regions, of their destinations, and indeed certification of their businesses. So to have all three levels covered with the coherent set of criteria, so with common standard. I would like to ask Masha, I mean, maybe you haven't been involved in the beginning as a tourism board, but we have found really, I mean, you like a model role in a country national tourism board that really embraces sustainability as the basis of tourism strategy. So how did you perceive the benefits of, let's say, the Slovenian green approach as one of the global leaders, blueprints for Slovenia as a country and for the tourism in Slovenia?
Yeah, I think as Jana mentioned before, the reason we decided to build the green scheme was at first to give, sort of good reason for this claim that we are a green country. So I think for the work of the Slovenian Tourist Board, Slovenian Green Scheme has been really of extreme importance, and it's becoming even more important. So first of all, for the management of our destinations, but also for marketing, because in general the trend is going from marketing to management in all DMMOs across the world, I think. And even if at first we wanted the green scheme to really be the ground for our claims for being a green country, I think today it's becoming more and more of a management tool, and our destinations are really becoming aware of that. So this is also the reason we have included it in our new national strategy. So it was just actually confirmed by our government in May. And the Green Scheme has a very important place and a whole chapter dedicated to it in the national strategy, which I think really shows its importance as a destination management project for Slovenia.
So, what's the feedback from destinations? Are they happy with the program? Are they keen to continue? Would they see some new developments in the future?
Yeah, most of them are very happy with it and very keen to continue. Of course, we are having issues and problems, especially this problem has shown that there's a big difference in Slovenia between bigger destinations and smaller destinations, and they also have to take different approaches, because bigger destinations, they can afford to have a specific person dedicated to sustainability and the green scheme. Ljubljana, for example, is one such example. They just appointed one person to be the green coordinator, sustainability manager full-time. But then we have other smaller destinations where tourism is governed by municipalities. They don't have a special organization dedicated to tourism. And of course, it's very difficult to have one person dedicated to sustainability when you only have 3 people working for the whole municipality. Because, Slovenia is quite a small country and we have 212 municipalities. So we have to take that into account. Also, some destinations say that green scheme is very time-consuming, which of course is true, especially if you have 5 other projects and events that you have to organize and do on the side. So this is something we are addressing, because the green scheme has been running for 7 years, and it's a very different program to the one it was in 2015. In 2015, we started with 15 destinations and several businesses, and today we have 219 members altogether, I think. So it does require different approaches, and we just had a meeting last week with some Slovenia Green Label holders and destinations to learn to see their perspective, and we are going in to renovate the scheme in the following months, because we really see we have to keep changing it, keep adapting it.
I think that the training component and the way you introduced that and you support that as a National Tourism Board and it was implemented by Good Place was really a model for us also to think about how should we better support our destinations globally. How do you see the role of training in the future? I mean, we are in many destinations also facing quicker staff changes. I mean, you have every maybe 2 or 3 years different staff. And how do you make sure the capacity building and the training is maybe helpful in ensuring continuity?
Yeah, that's one of the bigger problems, and I wouldn't say we have staff changes every 3 years, but in certain destinations every 6 months. So it is a huge problem, and I would really like to stress that, I don't know if you're maybe thinking of implementing a national scheme in your country, I think this is the point that you have to spend the most time and the most energy on, to have a reliable destination partner. And by this I mean to have the project manager at a destination or at a business that can really help you in implementing the scheme, the strategy at a certain destination. This is speaking from the national government, the national level. So in Slovenia, we are thinking of having even more activities for even more training activities, educational activities. We have just put together a short test for our green coordinators because we have seen that their lack of motivation or their lack of knowledge or just sometimes they're just overwhelmed by all of their different activities. It is influencing the performance of the destination, you know, in general. So I think because we can see that the destinations that have dedicated green coordinator are doing better according to the standard. They can implement more projects, more activities, which is normal. But we really want to help them, especially by, you know, giving them more knowledge, more training. And I think this is the job of the National Tourism Board. I think this should be, we are the first ones responsible for this, for their motivation, for their training. Of course, a lot depends on them and their personal motivation also, but I think we should be the ones encouraging that.
Yeah, we also introduced the award for the best.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the other activities we did because we saw a bit that they were overwhelmed by all of the activities. We wanted to give them extra motivation. So this year at the Green Day of Slovenian Tourism in May, we awarded the first award for the best green coordinator in Slovenia. We made some criteria. It was very transparent. And we want to have more activities like this. There's a plan to have interviews with the best green coordinators to give them visibility in our newsletters for Slovenian public, for international public. But of course, these are all the plans. We are also lacking time a little bit at the National Tourism Organization, but I think our goal would be to give them as much exposure, as much knowledge, and as much motivation as possible.
Could you perhaps repeat the most important KPI in terms of how much of the tourism and the visitors are actually received by the green destinations and businesses, the green scheme certified businesses?
Yeah, well, in terms of destinations, it's 90%. With businesses, we do have a bit of a problem because according to the research that was made for the national strategy, only 1% of Slovenian accommodation businesses are holders of the Slovenia Green Accommodation label. So this is one of the problems that we have to address. There is already, we have the demand in the green scheme that every destination that wants to have the Slovenia Green Gold or Platinum label must have at least one accommodation provider with the Slovenia Green Accommodation label. But you know, in some destinations, these can be smaller businesses. So in terms of businesses, we can do much better than we are doing at the moment, and this is going to be one of the issues for future months and years.
Thank you. I'd like to move to the other side of the podium. Imbi, how did you get engaged in the Global Leaders Program and in Green Destinations?
Thank you. I work in...
Maybe you could introduce yourself first. Sorry.
Yeah. I work in Visit Estonia. It is a national tourist board in Estonia. And I started to work there in 2019 as a quality coordinator. But at the time, the sustainable tourism started to rapidly grow, and my main task today is to nudge destinations as well as businesses to take up sustainable management tools and work towards the sustainable tourism. Our story with Green Destination started, I would say with me, we had some contacts before, and Green Destination was already on the table before. But the main reason why we thought that we need to work with destination was that we had Green Key available for businesses and our national label, but still, if you look at the visitor side of, then it's mainly accommodations. But what about the general impression, what the customer or visitor will experience while visiting Estonia? It's not only the accommodation; it's much more. So we thought that Green Destination is the solution for that, that can help destinations to really look at their management, how they do in point of view of sustainability. And this is also the way we approached destinations, that it's not only tourism that you will be working with, it's the whole living environment. And this helped them to understand that they can also introduce it to the public and to the community, that we are working for the better living environment, and so the tourists will also enjoy visiting us. And yes, we last time we had Green Destination event in Zagreb. Then I, with my colleague, came to the event to see what is going on and whether the Green Destination is the right solution for us. As I hope some of you are is sitting here today and maybe having the same kind of thoughts. And I was really amazed about the people I met there. I met Jana talking about how they did in Slovenia. And it made us really encouraged to take it up. So we saw that we can get support from the Slovenian example and also from Good Place. I still envy Slovenians having you, and as we don't have such a good NGO partner in Estonia yet. So we started to build up the first piloting year with aiming to have 4 or 5 destinations along, but when we opened the call, 7 destinations assigned and wanted to join. Actually, we also asked them to write the motivation letter, why they want to do it, and they to see whether they are just saying yes to one initiative, or they are they really have made some consideration why they need it to do. And as we saw they are so motivated, we didn't really thought that that we can say some of them that wait until the next round is coming. And so we took all the 7 on board and started like piloting Green Destination Standard with them. And COVID came at the same time, so the big work with the standard was a good task to do during the years where the tourism from abroad was cancelled, I would say. So they could, the destinations could really put some more effort into sustainable tourism and find really dig into the standard. but as a result of this as a result, we came out with 7 destinations awarded and being inspired and motivated with sustainable tourism. But we also understood that it's not about the destination, it's not about the award, it's about the continuing process. It's about awareness, how to really make not the green coordinator aware about sustainable tourism, but how they can be also able to make it understandable for all the team and all the municipal people who need also to understand and work with them. And as one of the results from piloting was also that they were forced to come out of this tourist niche and also work with water management companies and different organizations. They didn't really realize that this can also give some impact and effect from if they just push some of the organizations to think about sustainability. For example, in Tartu, they were monitoring the traffic, how much traffic of the commuters to the town and outside, and suddenly they realized that, oh, this way we can also monitor the big events coming to the city and be more prepared for the big events in town. So it really brought some important understanding how to work together in the municipality. Yeah.
Are destinations happy with their engagement so far, and is there a commitment also towards the future?
They are happy, but of course we also have problems, as the same kind as Slovenia, that people are changing their positions, and we need to put some more efforts to train the new people, but also in some cases we had a really high-level political support for engaging green destination program, but when the political situation changed and the person the vice mayor who was supporting it didn't win the elections, then right now yes, they want to be in the program, but we are really struggling to have the connection and to train and to get them as a team on the same position as they were before. So the political side is also there.
Thank you. I'd like to move back to the other side of the panel. Athens, you're the host destination today. It really means you take leadership and you take it serious. And in Greece, you're considered to need also take leadership as the leading destination in Greece anyway, and you also have the ambition to take further steps in the future. Can you tell us more about that? Or can you also introduce yourself? Sorry.
Yes, so I'm Natasha Kefala. I'm working for This is Athens Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm a destination expert due to my previous working experience in international hotel chains and sales, that is, and also as a conference planner. I've been with the Convention Bureau for a while, even in the past, so I had a gap in between. That helped me to see how many things have changed in the meantime, in a course of about 10 years. And let me also welcome you to our beautiful city. I hope you are enjoying your visit here. Before I get to your question, my congratulations to all the efforts that other destinations are doing, and apparently it works really well for them, and hopefully it will work for Athens too. And it's a relief to see that we face some mutual challenges, such as changing of political situations, political people, and change of positions as well. Athens has a different starting point from the previous destinations we just heard. It's a city, and that goes along with Greece overall as well. We developed we have been developing as a tourism destination over the past decades with the product that was already there. We had our heritage, we had landscape, people, weather, climate conditions, everything was there. So it was a product ready to be promoted and be bought. Things change. And we had to also follow the trends, and we have to change as well as a city. It's quite tough and challenging in an urban environment, especially an urban environment that's been evolving and changing non-stop for thousands of years, literally. So we have a long heritage, and the challenge is, how do we bring this forward? How do we go to the next step? The good thing is that, and I think the pandemic actually accelerated a trend that was already coming, also in the local community. We have a high demand coming from tourists, from travel agencies, from associations that would like to have a conference in Athens, but also from the locals, from Athenians. There's a great demand that this city becomes more humanized. It becomes more friendly to people. For maybe some of you who have been in Athens a few years back, you may have seen some changes. There is a strategic plan in place, which has been embraced not only from the city of Athens, but also from the private sector. The two core words I would put in this strategy is holistic and partnership. Holistic in the sense that we do not divide, we do not separate the sense of touristic economy from local economy. As Alexia Panayotopoulou said yesterday, our head of strategy, we do not see tourism as a different aspect of our daily life in Athens. We see it as another part of our daily life, and probably even a tool to help us become even better. The motto is that if you like living in Athens as an Athenian, then people will like you and they will visit you as well. So our plans and our actions so far are aiming into making the lives of Athenians better, and that will extend also to visitors from abroad. For this to be realized, we need partnerships. We can only make this work through partnerships. And actually, we believe this to be quite successful, a successful case for Greeks, because it's not really in our mentality to work together so well, unless we have a really good vision and a really good aim to look at. So we've been working hard on this, and the private sector really has embraced the plans of the city of Athens. So we have different partnerships in place that allow us to work on our strategies. Just to give some real examples, we have This is Athens and Partners scheme, which brought in life schemes as Athens Agora, which is a plan to rejuvenate the commercial center of Athens and make it more friendly to the Athenians, and of course drive tourists as well. And that is already actually making a part of our city that was the commercial life and the heart of Athens for decades, becoming to life again. It has a very nice vibe. We actually invite you to explore our business center, our commercial center. in the heart of Athens, because nowadays it's not just about shopping, it's also about entertaining yourselves, having something to eat, something to drink with your friends. You know, this is definitely within the Greek culture. So the Athens Agora is a plan that's already taking place. Then we had routes that we designed especially for people with special abilities in the city of Athens, which you must have already witnessed. It's not too easy sometimes for people to go around, so we had to work again with the private entities to design these special routes for people that make their life easier. We have in plans again the rejuvenation of our national garden, which is just in the heart of the city, and it's a beautiful plot of actually a big plot of land. And the Lygabetus Hill, which you can visit also by just with a, what's it called, the cable car, sorry, with a cable car, and have a panoramic view of the city. A lot of pedestrians that are now being built again to help people go around, but also engaging again the private sector. We have launched this year, actually for the first year, and hopefully it will continue on a yearly basis, our city festival. That involves a lot of private businesses, and it creates, it aims to show the diversity of the city by creating a lot of different entertaining events. Concerts, theater performances, anything that can really showcase the city's culture within a month's period. So a lot of different events are taking place, and this is again something really for the locals, but also anyone who visits the city. Introducing Athens with an Athenian, that's another activity that we have been really warm about, and we have adopted a few years ago, actually within the pandemic or just before the pandemic. And this is a way for any visitor to Athens to visit places in Athens that are not as well known as the Acropolis, or they're not as popular and visited as other places, and get to know this city through the eyes of a local and how we live in this city. I think this is also something that benefits Athenians as well, because they get to feel pride of their destination, and they also feel more engaged into the environment. They also have to spend their daily life as well. Other projects in place, like our partnership with one of the Athens' most important universities, the Metsovion, where we have the Coloring Athens project in place. We are mapping all important buildings in the city, and the aim is again to see how we can make better use of these places. So these are just a few examples of what we do right now. And of course, we just recently, a few months ago, we finished our assessment with GSTC, where we scored quite high. And this gives us, I think, good prospects on how we're going to take this further down.
Thank you. We're really hopeful on your leadership, because it's really difficult to get sustainability implemented at such a large scale with 4 million people like Athens. So
it is almost 4 million people.
So yeah, it's amazing to see how that will develop in the future, and we'll be ready to not only monitor that, but also see how we can be helpful with the tools.
It's a challenge, but I think we can make a good case study.
Yeah, great.
A successful one.
Yeah. Kirsi, could you introduce yourself and clarify again also to me how I really...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also how you introduced the global leaders concept in your part of the world, not facing just one destination, one country, but even 4 or 5.
Work in progress. Yeah, thank you. Yes, my name is Kirsi Hyvärinen, and as you hear, I am not from the Balkans, but I was born on the Arctic Circle, and I'm coming from a country which is, according to United Nations and a benchmark study of last year, the most sustainable country in the world, Finland. So I think that they don't need me anymore. No. I live and work in the Balkans in Montenegro as my base camp, as I call it, since 2006. And I'm doing this from the seat of my own consulting company, coaching and consulting company. I work in tourism. I studied tourism in Germany since 30 years and on different levels. And 6 of those years were in the National Tourism Organization of Montenegro. So I know their challenges and also opportunities. I'd like to ask all of my Balkan friends to stand up. I want to see you. Everybody who's here from the Balkans. Yeah, okay. We'll start making it. Okay, here is the kickoff. Yeah. Where to start? I think we need to think of a tree. Yeah, we put the seeds of a tree into the ground, and the tree grows from the roots and not from the treetop. However, a tree to grow needs also the sunshine and the rain, and that's the national level and national support and national push. And I'm so jealous and happy to have you in our region and have you in the same organization of Balkan Green, which we launched here as a regional support to all the destinations and businesses and NGOs to come together, work together, because in the Balkans you have more that connects you than what divides you, and we should use that. Like Scandinavia didn't have borders, like mental borders, long before the European Union. I see that as a vision for the Balkans, to come back together to that situation again. Okay, how to introduce the sunshine and the rain? Well, basically, all our countries are aiming and willing to become partner of the European Union, member of the European Union. So here is a big issue and challenge and opportunity, and every step that we do and work with the green destinations, development and monitoring brings us closer to the goal of, let's say, Chapter 27 fulfilling. So there is a big political carrot, if you like. Then also the businesses, they feel the pressure of the market. Sustainability is becoming more of a norm than nice to have. We know this all from the statistics, from travelers, especially post-pandemic. The need and desire for sustainable destinations is getting bigger, and not only in the leisure travel. I do also a yearly report for the Business Travel Association of Germany, and the buyers, the big buyers, are also looking at more sustainability, proven sustainability, measurable sustainability in the products that they buy, which start with airlines, continue with hotels, with event organizations, etc. Montenegro, where I'm based, has in its constitution since 1991, as early as 1991, the words, "The country is an ecological state." My question has always been, how do we keep that promise? And that promise is not kept very well yet, and we all know that. And our aim is to really start keeping that promise in every way. And everybody was mentioning here the quality of life for local people. That is the number one thing. The dignity that you have to have for one of the most beautiful countries of Europe. And start protecting it, and don't overdo tourism. The word over-tourism doesn't exist for us. It's only under management, and I'm so happy to have a pilot, TIVAT, which understood this, and where the 4th pillar of sustainability is understood. It's accountability, where accountability, the responsibility for actions that you need to take, where that fails, all the other three dimensions are doomed to fail: ecological, social, economic success. So starting with a good pilot partner who understands what a green team can be, like coming out of the silos of your municipal administration. Everybody's working their piece, but they don't communicate with each other along the same lines. That is what the Green Destinations tool is really offering. And it's offering also, I call it institutional memory, which is partly the answer to this changing staff problems, which everybody has. And where the institutional memory is digitalized. This is modern way of managing knowledge and work. So it's not so dependent on the persons anymore, but the start, it stands and fails with the persons. So you need the good person first, and then somebody who is open to work with others. Also with people who don't immediately agree with the idea. And so my first talk in the ministry 2-3 years ago was also like, oh no, we are not Slovenia, we can't do that. No. I said, well, do you want to stay on that level like forever? And then came a new minister and he wanted to talk to us, and we went there with Danitz and some other colleague, and he said, yeah, I don't know anything about this, but please tell me what this is about. So we told him, and he invited his working group of the new tourism development strategy to the room and said, make sure that this goes into the strategy. The National Tourism Development Strategy to 2025 is having now, on paper again, the green destinations and the global sustainable tourism criteria and education and stuff like that. So first, yeah, we have it on the paper, but to make it alive, it really needs now the national push. And I hope that in the next Green Destination Global Days, somebody else is sitting on this seat.
Can you tell us a bit about how that's received in other countries in the Balkans?
I think we all have kind of the same, but still different starting points. It's got to do with the former Yugoslavia breakup story, which I'm not going to go into, but we have very similar challenges and different also attitudes to things. So I would think, like for example in Albania, we have the first Travel Life certified company there, and they are now the seed in the ground and starting to roll out that to their partners, talking to the local, the national politicians, and starting to grow the tree. And in North Macedonia, I cannot talk about North Macedonia. There would be Alexander here, Donev, maybe the best one to talk about what the situation is there. But we are in the Balkan Green. We are constantly like sharing and helping each other to overcome those local issues, and then together also bringing the Balkan Green as a communication and cooperation and also promotion tool, obviously. Yeah, and then Bosnia is its own story as well. Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 23 delegates here today. So that's a good start.
Which is really amazing. Thank you for that. And we'll come to the other partners of the Balkan Green a little later in this session, I hope at this time. But it looks like we have Chloe King. It was great to see you here. It's not the first time you're in the Great GD network. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your company is doing to try and use these concepts of working together on sustainability and tourism in several countries there in which you work?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Albert. And it's really great to hear from all of these colleagues here of what you guys are doing. I think this is very helpful for our projects as well. And I've been told that I need to speak slower, so I will, by my colleagues, so I will try and attempt to do that. Apologies for being an American, but I'm really delighted to talk to all of you about what we're doing, which is a very it's very different to what our colleagues here are doing in terms of coming at it from a project approach and an international development sort of landscape. So Solomar International is a company based in DC. We're a specialized sustainable tourism for development consulting firm. So we work primarily with clients such as the U.S. Agency for International Development, the World Bank, several UN agencies as well, Asian Development Bank, etc. So this is where 90% of our project funding comes from, and we are now working in about 14 projects now all around the world, have supported over 300 destinations over the past 20 years or so. And really, I want to highlight four main examples of projects that we have right now that might sort of bring this to life in terms of why we see some of the Green Destinations programs, both the certification program and the other sort of marketing tools that they have. That's been a very, very effective way to engage in our different projects that we have. So the first is our, all of these are funded by USAID, the four projects I'm about to talk about, and different projects in each way. The first is our project that we have right now in Bangladesh, which is the Bangladesh Ecotourism and Conservation Alliance. So this is a 3-year project that we've just started, and it's in the Sundarbans Reserve Forest in Bangladesh, which is the largest and last remaining contiguous mangrove forest on Earth. So this is one of the most important global ecosystems that we have in existence. It's critically threatened by both climate change and different resource patterns, development that is encroaching upon this really critical ecosystem. And we're working with the whole entire stakeholder community of about 15 communities around there, around 2 million people that are directly dependent on this resource for their livelihoods. And we're helping to establish a destination management organization there that will be the first in the country and will help to decentralize tourism and resource governance in the area. And we see the Green Destinations program, particularly the Good Travel program, which is a white label certification program, as something that we are going to try and implement with the river cruise boats that you have there, which are at the minute do not necessarily have any standards that they're held to. They're not necessarily being told what they should or should not do by the Forest Department there. So we're hoping to use that not only as a monitoring tool, as some of my colleagues up here spoke about, but as a marketing tool as well to really pull people into that. The second project that we have is in the Maldives. It's the first bilaterally funded climate adaptation project that the U.S. government has ever invested in. So it's across 2 countries, Maldives and Sri Lanka. And we've been in discussions with the Ministry of Tourism over the past 6 months in helping them to introduce the Green Destinations, again, this white label program to these businesses, and adapting the criteria and the program in such a way that it is relevant for not only sustainability, but for the adaptation of an industry that by 2100 is predicted to be quite literally underwater. And so we're looking at ways to incentivize the private sector to invest in things like nature-based solutions, in different strategies for being able to adapt to climate change and help their destinations adapt as well. So we see this standard and the ability to engage with businesses through a program like that to be potentially very very beneficial. And we're in the early stages of discussion of how we're going to do that. The third project is our USAID Visit Tunisia project in Tunisia, which also is in our first year here over 5 years. And this will be a really interesting one. We have one of the destinations here, Destination Dahar, who is a fantastic and interesting DMO case study that they've developed there, and we're working closely with them. But really, we have Tunisia is a destination that, and I'm sure Bangladesh as well, and many of the other destinations we work in is not something you would think of as a typical tourist destination, which is why we have our job that we do. So if it was easy, we wouldn't be here. But we're trying to pull a lot of the sun, sand, and sea sort of tourists from the coastline further inwards and into the mountains and explore the amazing desert experiences that the country has to offer. So we're working with some of the destinations there and exploring the possibilities of doing that in Tunisia. And then the final project is the one that's now coming to a close. It's the one I've been working with for the longest amount of time, which is in Timor-Leste, which is as far east as you can go in Indonesia, but then another country in and of itself. It's one of the youngest countries in the world. It's a really, really fascinating, amazing destination. The island of Atturo off of the coast of Dili is an area that has the highest reef fish biodiversity on this planet. So it is so rich with nature and culture and traditions, and is a really sort of unknown and untouched destination as of now. Last year we helped over the past 5 years, we've been helping the destination management organization at Coma to become a legally registered entity and to bring together a lot of the destination stakeholders there to provide tours, to get visitors out from one side of the island, distribute them to another, and this has been a really exciting project for us. But what we have seen in the past 2 years over COVID was that morale dropped really low because this isn't a destination that gets a lot of tourists usually, and then over COVID, of course, it was just even worse. So we helped Ecoma to apply for the Top 100 Sustainability Stories competition, and they ended up last year winning, not only being nominated in the Top 100, but they won the Nature and Adventure category in the end. So which was a huge deal for them, and everyone was, of course, extremely happy about it. And I told the president of Itcoma yesterday, Mr. José Suarez, about that I was here at the conference, and he shared a really lovely story, which was that about a week ago, the Minister of Tourism in Timor-Leste unveiled the destination management plan, or the sort of sustainable management plan for the island of Atturo in front of an audience of hundreds and hundreds of people. And they mentioned as part of that Ecoma was nominated and won this story, the Top 100 competition, and everyone in the room got on their feet and gave a standing ovation, that just like warms my heart, because I really think that it proves, as Osai has told me, he says it proves that we're not only is Atturo the crown jewel of Timor-Leste in terms of tourism, but it's now being recognized as the crown jewel of this region for the world, and that's what I think. These programs really bring for a lot of our projects in destinations that are emerging. They don't have their foothold in the international market yet, and they're really able to showcase what they have and enhance pride and support in these destinations, which I think is just really fantastic. So yeah.
Thank you, Chloe. And this shows that you've seen different perspectives of global leadership by people, whether by NGOs or national tourism boards or city consultants. That each could play a very, very important, maybe essential role in getting a process started, leading towards sustainability by bringing people together. Who of you could I invite for a question to panel members to get you a better understanding, maybe a full understanding of what we together have done to bring sustainability to life at different levels? Don't be shy. Take the floor. So it's all clear? Sorry. Alison.
My name's Alison Berg. I'm the UK
Can you maybe take a microphone here? Is that okay? We have time for that.
Thank you. My name's Alison Berg. I'm from Acorn Tourism Consulting. I'm also the UK rep for Green Destinations, but also working in other countries, Jordan, Rwanda, and a lot of things that I'm hearing today would be very relevant for these countries. What I'm really interested to know is that very first step, particularly in relation to funding. I think Chloe's just given us some great examples of where she's working through USAID funding. I think the Balkans Green is very much supported by GIZ. I don't know about, with Athens, there's obviously a very strong political will there, which is fantastic to hear. But I'm just very interested to how we can get started in some countries that don't necessarily have access to that funding. And the UK has a very different model, which I think Athens is most relevant to, from what I'm hearing in terms of a big urban destination. But But yeah, just be, to get that key in Jordan, for example, there are a few individual people. I think what Kirsty said about some travel life partners being really key partners to start with. How can you get partners together where there isn't necessarily a funding program or a project there, and in a country that doesn't necessarily see itself as green in terms of its offer? That people are very concerned that if they mention green or sustainability, they would be criticized for doing that. So yeah, it's just initial steps in different types of destinations and in different funding structures.
Very good question. Thank you, Alison. Any feedback on that? There's only a microphone here, so maybe we could start here.
We are the lucky ones to have some European regional fund to help us with working destinations. So, but as I before, we're talking more about the top-down approach. That I think that the approach is changing now because our destinations are have more knowledge. They have worked with a standard and got awarded and recognized, and they have more capacity and more motivation to work together with the tourist board. And we have seen this year we have had like bottom to top initiative from the destinations, because they wanted to work with making the green experiences more apparent and more visual, more seen by the visitors as well. So we had several workshops where we used service design tools and developed concept how we want to show the green experiences in our website. So now it's the turn of IT specialists and to make it happen. But the whole concept was created by destinations themselves. The initiative came by themselves. We just supported them with a service design expert and enabled them to make the workshop. So my message is that sometimes you don't need huge funds, but you need some motivation and teamwork and will to do something together.
Thank you.
I would second on that, and maybe add one aspect, like yes, like motivation. Where does that motivation come from? Often in associations you have a multiplicator who can be helpful. Like I think in UK especially you might have some strong associations, and kind of everything counts in large amounts, and that means also political pressure comes from those organizations sometimes. Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
And talking about Athens, obviously there are different sources. It can be governmental, it can be the city of Athens, it can be funds that are coming from the European Union. There is not such as a sustainable fund, but there are different aspects that lead to sustainability. For example, we do have funds for digital transformation, and that's a major part of what Athens, the city of Athens, is doing right now, because innovation is one of our, again, core pillars to become more sustainable. And along with that, along with any official funds, we also encourage the private sector, as I said earlier. A key to have a successful way to become more sustainable is our partnerships. So one of the schemes, again, we created in the city of Athens is the Adopt Your City program, where we have corporate companies, associations that take over an entire project. For example, along with our major green projects in the city, we also have a series of pocket parks that have been created over the past few years. And most of them have been adopted by different private organizations. So private funding as well can work, and I second to what Estonia is doing. You don't always need huge funds. You just need to work smart around things, and especially with well, Greece has an advantage. I put quotes on the word on this because we just came out from a long recession, so we have to be a little bit more creative on how we are using our funds and our means.
Yeah, I would just like add something. I totally agree with everything what was said here. I think that if destinations are paying to be part of certification and green destination, that is also really very important, because then the ownership is much stronger than everything is just given on a plate, and then the commitment is much stronger. And I think, like, for example, in Slovenia, I think that the good thing is that destinations do need to pay for it. They need to pay yearly fee, they need to pay the recertifications, and what the tourist board is offering support in the terms of training and stuff like that. And that is a support which comes from the national funds. But if you are a destination and you are not ready to pay, that means that your level of commitment is so low that it will never work. So I think that this is a really important part of any kind of programs like that it needs to come, that will and willing and needs to come from the ground. Otherwise, I don't believe it works.
Masha, how did you get core funding in the National Tourism Board?
Yeah, so the funding has been really stable ever since the beginning of the scheme, and I think this is very important, this stable funding from the governmental level. But we are very lucky because in Slovenia this is really something that is generally understood. So we've never had to convince the government to give the resources for this. And also the Slovenian Tourist Board is actually a public agency that is functioning under the umbrella of the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. So this was one very stable source of income. And I'd like to also say, as Jana said, in Slovenia, destinations have to pay every year a yearly fee of 380 euros just for the platform to function, and then every 3 years they have to pay the recertification. And actually, we've never had any problem with that. There was never a question, either by destinations or by businesses. Nobody ever said, this is too expensive or this is too much. From time to time, some destinations that are unsuccessful and have to pay again, sometimes they say something, but this is really rare. In the past 4 or 5 years, I've gotten 2 such questions. And for me, this is really interesting because you would think that in times of COVID and so on, people would be complaining more about this, but actually it has never been a problem. And I really agree with what Jana said, that this is a way to make them more serious about this.
Kirsi.
And just one little more thought is benchmarking. Like, what are the measures of success, like, and look at other destinations and show their success in those different benchmarks. And I think our KPI tool will come handy soon for this, to compare your places with the ones that would be like role models for you, what they have achieved, not just in number of tourists and overnights, but those much more important ones.
Thank you, Kirsi. Maybe just to finish this question, I think it's very important to have core funding. Chloe, what's the magic trick for countries and regions to get USAID funding or similar funding to get you in to make it work in a different way when they can't do it just themselves?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's no magic trick with the U.S. government. I wish there was, but yeah, it's oftentimes there will be bids that are announced, and similarly in USAID, World Bank, these projects will put out basically a request for proposals or requests for information, which you can keep updated on platforms like DevEx is one of them. So. DEVEX, they sort of announce and put out these different tenders occasionally and let you know when this funding is becoming available. It's a very long process. So, in Bangladesh, for example, we started the co-creation process about 2.5 years ago, and then only got the funding in January of this year. So it takes quite a lot of time, but yeah, I think it's a good and interesting source of funding, and then it's about assembling the team that you want to implement that project. So if it's tourism specific, of course we are very well versed in USAID, so certainly happy for Solomar to be considered in those things. It's oftentimes we look at the larger players in this so-called the Beltway bandits of DC, so Chemonics, Tetra Tech. These much larger firms are often getting these really large bids, but I think but tourism in general is becoming a greater and greater focus as a tool for development from the U.S. government, and there's more and more funding and more intention coming to this. There's projects that are being dedicated for 100% tourism, like our Visit Tunisia project, which has never happened before. So this is a really exciting time, I think, for tourism for those of you in these destinations. And we've had a few projects in the Balkans as well that have recently concluded. So hopefully we have more in the future.
Would it make any sense for national tourism boards to just contact you and say what you expect in terms of calls in the next year or 2 years, and we are interested, and make us aware of a call?
Yeah, absolutely. By all means, I'll give you my card after. So.
Great. Next question, please.
Hello, my name is Dimitris Paleogiannis. I'm from Athens, and I'm involved in developing and promoting tourism responsibly through authentic experiences. I'd like to ask mostly the other countries, because the case study of Greece, I'm researching it and involved in terms of long-term planning and continuation of what you're building. What is your insight there? Because unfortunately in Greece, as you said, tourism is very closely linked politically, and every time we have a new government, we have a re-strategy and rebranding and new campaigns and new concepts. So I'd like to hear from the successful case studies of long-term planning. For example, Slovenia, it was the first time I saw you in the UNWTO conference for gastronomy tourism in San Sebastian. And if I had told this to other Greeks, they'd say, come on, Slovenia, gastronomy. And you have been doing for the past 10 years a really robust strategy. So I'd like your insight there, what the other countries are doing in order to shape the future for a responsible tourism industry.
Yes, I think this branding and constant branding and constant messages and this constant vision are extremely important, because it takes a lot of energy to change messages and make them comprehensive every few years. So in Slovenia we have been developing this sustainable fil rouge for the past 15 years, I think, in a very constant way. And we are really lucky, because in our national strategy changes. We get a new national strategy every 5 or 6 years, depends on the strategy. And for the past 15 years or 10 years, I think this message has remained the same. So the vision of Slovenia has always remained the same. The vision of Slovenia being a small boutique sustainable country. And I think this is also because when we were thinking about how to position Slovenia and what makes us different from other countries, I think the one thing we came to is that Slovenia is very nature. It's people are very close to nature. It's very I don't want to say sustainable again, but people really have this sustainable style of living. It's a small country. We don't have big cities, and I think this is our main advantage. So, for example, when you think of Croatia, you think of islands and the sea and the coast, and we wanted people, when they think of Slovenia, to think about greenery, nature, outdoor spaces. So this is the vision that we have defined years ago, and we really have kept to it throughout. And I think this being constant in these messages is extremely important. So our government understands this, we as the NGO understand this, and it is extremely important to make local tourism organizations understand it. So we have been promoting ourselves in this constant way for years, and it takes time. It took all of these years to get all of the local tourism organizations on board and all of the other stakeholders in tourism. So I think just really being constant in communication on all levels is the key.
As about Estonia, yeah, the strategy, tourist strategy is the one pillar and one very important thing that needs to be in place. I would say that Estonia is about changing the way we have approached our clients because or our visitors, but I don't see it as a disadvantage. It's more it's more about improving the way we are approaching the visitors and taking up the changes that have been going on around us. So we are not talking so much about the landmarks any longer or destinations. We are talking more about experiences and taking into account all that concept that we want to show we want to be more authentic. We have our focus areas set about culture, nature, and authentic local food. So it's more about improving, not about a constant change, total change, I would say.
Yeah, I second to everything that was said here, and I think it's about consistency and credibility. And you are very right when you ask, if you ask me like what is the brand of Greece, I see 5 different logos somewhere in the back of my head because that's what we have been seeing. And logo is not a brand. It's like you change your sweater daily, maybe that's okay, but you don't change your DNA. And I think every politician, whoever is on the seat, must understand that. And the local people must go with your brand and your development, improvement.
Can I just add an extension in case we get somewhere even more in terms of staffing or the destination thinkers and visionaries? Do you have a pool of people that have continued being in key positions the past 15 years and do not get scrapped every time a new government comes in place? Because this is the key. Which is the dream team of your destination tourism? Does that happen in your countries, that you are seeing the same leadership characters being involved in tourism and shaping the tourism development?
No, generally change is the only consistent thing in the Balkans. But I think our colleague here from Athens said one good thing. When resources get scarce, creativity goes big. No? And I think like in that moment when resources are big and people think differently and there is all kinds of implementations and there is no strategy. The strategy and an action plan is normally made for a couple of years and not just to the next elections. And in the Montenegro case, I'm happy to say I see the same just logo, Montenegro Wild Beauty, since I'm there and since earlier. And that has got to do probably with the fact that money is not there to change it every couple of years. No? And that's good. But in the improvement talk, we are only now moving to the situation that wild beauty is actually also promoted, the backcountry, the rural tourism, nature-based tourism, etc., in a more consistent way. But yes, I mean, cut the money if it goes to the wrong places.
Although I'm from Athens. Yes, we do have the challenge of changing faces, changing policies, changing people. But I think now that the demand for sustainability is here to stay. It's something that no matter who is in power, who is on top, he or she will have to do something about it. I can only speak from my current position, which has to do with the Athens Development Company. It is one of the not too many, but good examples of a Greek public entity that has a sort of continuation. Of course, there is change of people. I myself had been there 13 years ago, and now I'm back. But in the meantime, there were people who stayed there for quite a long time. So irrespective of who was in power, who was in the head of the city of Athens, there was a continuation, and this is how this DMO started working really well. And I think that after 10 years, we can see the really good results that it brought to Athens tourism. So again, if the will is there, and if the demand is there, and I think sustainability or becoming sustainable is something you cannot get away from at the moment. I think we will have delays. We will stay behind in plans, but we will move forward. There's just no turning back.
Thank you. I'd like to touch an issue that we think is essential, an essential ingredient, an essential element of the global leadership approach, which is engaging businesses, because that's the level at which visitors experience a destination and everything which a hotel or an activity provider offers. They don't visit a town hall, and maybe if they have an appointment with the mayor, but they visit the business sector. So my question to the panel is, you're aware of Green Destinations' hesitations and concerns about the traditional approaches to business certification. I mean, only less than 1% is certified, and nobody knows what it means. We are developing, especially in this context of global leadership, approaches that try to make business certification more credible, more transparent, more simple, doable for not only the very large chains, but also hotel chains, but also the community-driven, family-driven small businesses. So how are you thinking of how that could be useful in your country?
Can I just say something that I completely agree with you that the business is the hard thing to tackle. And yeah, certification goes and doesn't go. And we see in the case of Slovenia that we struggle with businesses. Still, even the number is not that small, the percentage is too small. So that means that there is something wrong. Something doesn't work. And we need to change something. And one thing which I think, and I will speak about that today in the afternoon in the panel, it's that destinations are doing their job, getting certified, putting things in place, but this is not something which we can sell to the visitors. We cannot sell the sustainable tourism destination. That's not a product. That's just the feature. That's just the content. And I think that in order to bring businesses on board, we need to open the doors to selling those businesses and seeing that once they see that being sustainable also brings business, even though we are always saying certification is a tool and it needs to be in core with your values, and that stands, of course, but they always would say, okay, what is it in for me and how much more visitors we have to bring in? It is going to bring it to me. And I think that it is on us all that we start not saying, no, this is not our problem, because we are a certification and we are beyond that. But we need to take that responsibility as well in our hands. And I think this is a big thing which all destinations, certifications, the national tourist boards, and whoever is working on sustainability and certifications need to, bite into that apple. So we are trying to create routes which are connecting destinations and creating a product out of sustainable destinations and sustainable businesses, which we can then straight, give to the consumer. Like, this is it, go explore. This is the story. This is the route. Go, and you will understand what sustainable tourism in Slovenia is through the product. And I really, cannot emphasize how important that is. And we see just in 1 year, we created routes and we had like 9,000 downloads in less than a year of the routes, people going by themselves through the navigation and visiting those destinations. And that's, I think, the responsibility which we need to take on board, saying, okay, we are not all the time constantly being the ones, you should be more sustainable, you should do this, you should do that, you should get certified. But it's like, what are we bringing then in at the end of the day? You know, and I think we really need to talk more about that and to really think about how are we going to have that? You know, how are we going to take the responsibility also of the other side of the equation, not just what we put in? And I really think that then I'm sure that this percentage of 1% of certified businesses or whatever, it is a certification, it is a program, it is whatever, it doesn't matter. Something what helps them to improve, then they will see, okay, this is my ticket to ride, you know? And honestly, we need to create that. That's as simple as that.
I think it will have to be a combination of leading by example and creating the necessity. Some people, we have to bring this down grassroots. I mean, the politics know that they want to follow sustainable policies. They want to create new rules, be it because it's fashionable, because it sells, because it's a need, for whatever given reason. Companies and the private sector will follow. So it's going down to people and make them understand what is sustainability, how they should contribute to it, how could they be part of this, how it does not create any extra cost. Probably it actually saves them money. But for all this to come down, yes, it can be a part of training series, seminars. It can be anything. Certification of public entities that will show the road to them. It can be leading by example, but on the other hand, and seeing it on my daily routine, it's actually also a demand that they cannot avoid at the end of the day, because being in the Convention Bureau of the City of Athens, I receive on a daily basis dozens of requests for individuals or for conferences who would like to visit our city, and they are the ones who are asking, like actually green destinations. You also, of course, had the same requirements. They are the ones who are asking for sustainable venues, sustainable activities. So they will have to do it either because they believe, I mean, the community will have to follow either because they believe in it, or they will grow to believe in it in the end.
One word on European Union funding at this point. I have seen like 80 projects come and go, especially those pre-accession fundings, which are 2 to 3 years, and they tend to end exactly in that moment when it becomes marketing relevant. So here is a call to the funding organizations to think differently. Yes, and then I was happy to be part of a certification commission of green destinations for 2 destinations in Austria. And what I saw there and what we saw there together was really a change in the approach of the destination management organization, how to talk about certification. They were first having the certification programs presented to the public. They don't care about it. They don't want to know. They want to know, where can I book this lovely hotel, which is so good to the environment, and make a filter, a booking filter for it. So that's also like on the side of the DMO to change and promote those good places.
One final response maybe from Chloe about the importance of the way to involve businesses in this kind of programs that you're involved in.
Yeah, sure. I think we come at it from a different side in terms of it's super helpful to hear how you guys have engaged these businesses, I think, over a very, very long term. And for us, it's about what is that first step, and where are these businesses going to find the incentive and the interest in joining these different programs. And I think perhaps in our case, it's often searching for the first movers almost, or the people who are the businesses who are already engaged and who, for a certification for them will be nothing. They'll pay a fee and then be able to have the label, and that will attract the type of tourists that they already attract, that they're interested in having for their business. And then I think in our context, in the development world, it's particularly working with national tourism boards, with ministries, to help promote those businesses that are those first ones to get certified. And then taking those businesses and elevating them to a next level, so that it almost then becomes just a mass movement of other businesses to get engaged and get involved after seeing the success and the promotion of the others. So I think, in the context of like how you get started and engaging these businesses, I definitely think that going with the ones that are already doing a lot and recognizing their efforts, and then monitoring, if possible, the increase in bookings over time, or increase in inquiries that resulted from that promotion, I think is supremely helpful. But yes, so that would be my response.
Okay, I'm asked by the organization to wrap up and to give my final takeaways on the session, and having listened to the panelists. I have some key takeaways that partly I've already told you about. I mean, whoever you are, whether you're working in a city council, a national tourism board, in a big or a small consultancy, in an NGO, last but not least, you can actually engage your part of the world, the part of the world where you are active in terms of sustainability in tourism, to be a global leader. Well, of course, at your level. And different examples have shown that. And you can also, after the session, in the break and afterwards, after this event, I'm sure that the panelists and many others will be happy to talk with you about how perhaps you could play that role in your country or in your region or in your city. Also, it doesn't matter whether you're in a business or in a city like Athens. What level doesn't matter. I mean, but it's more than just collecting labels. The whole global leaders concept is actually to go beyond certification, to prepare for and to promote and engage your stakeholders, and then to tell your travelers and the rest of the world actually what is sustainability in this particular place that you're working in, to explain what this certification means. I mean, you've seen the example of Guyana. They're really keen to get recognition, even maybe through a certification at country level, for all the destinations and for much businesses. That's great, that's the internal procedure, but it's not sufficient to convince travelers to visit Guyana. You have to actually explain and be very, very transparent, which each of these businesses, eco lodges, where they want to have the visitors to, what they exactly do. You can't say, oh, they're good travel certified gold level. It doesn't say anybody anything. Maybe it's important to them. And that's why I really would like to urge you to think about what can we do beyond certification and make the certification tool more meaningful than it has been so far. And in my view, it hasn't been useful so far because it only covers the 1%. In Slovenia, a lot more. And usually the 90% of the businesses in the destination is micro and SMEs, and they have other thoughts than other priorities than becoming certified. They want to see how improving in values that are connected to sustainability, maybe the 10 that I showed in my opening session, the 10 values connected to it, how they can improve in that, and how they can tell the visitors that giving examples, and they are actually awarded for one of these examples, one of these practices, and that's contributing to the visitor experience in that place. So they have visitors that have not an expectation, oh, this is a certified place, it's perfect. No, it will give them a unique experience that is connected to that particular place. And I think the Global Leaders Program is to make all the stakeholders, from big to small, think about how to do that. And that's my takeaway. Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for your contributions. I think we'll have lunch in a minute, right? Any other announcements? Maybe not.
We have been struggling with the code, but now it's all back to normal. So if you guys scan it, you will be able to see the program schedule. Just that. And yeah, lunch is served, so we can go upstairs now. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I had to move the wrong slide.
No, but that was good. That was so much fun, I think. You guys were great. So many.
speakers have asked me, and I fully agree, that please move towards the front and the center of this place, because partly this is going to be a workshop, having a workshop session idea. So we want you to be engaged in the front. We don't even have forget about the size. Try to get together. Give us the idea that we are a community. We're not afraid of each other, so great, that's a lot better. I think people are really positive on that. I see movement. Great. So please, anybody else who's still in the back, please come forward. That's a better way to engage you in what we want to do. Super. So we're going to start this workshop. Actually, we started with 2 presentations and a short Q&A related to tools and indicators for sustainable tourism. The first presentation is going to be by José María de Juan from Spain, and I think he will introduce himself during the speaker. So please come here to introduce yourself and to do the presentation, and afterwards we go back to see the others. So the floor is yours. María.
Thanks a lot. So very happy you are all here after lunch, which I know is hard. I'll try to make it in my 10 minutes as not necessarily fun, but at least a bit proactive. The idea in this panel about tools of indicators is to present one project. I have seen, I have been moderating and intervening in other panels, but this is the turn to talk about a tool we are developing. It's something pretty new. It's a project, it's an Erasmus Plus project born in this spring, which is about promoting low carbon travel in Europe. So I will start very quick with some facts. I will go very quickly with some of the slides because there are things that they have been told many times during these days. And this project is ATRI, A-T-R-I. It's led by the French, so all the French is coming to me, so sorry for this. Is the Acting for a Responsible Tourism in Europe with the French acronym. This is me. This is also very quick. I run a company called Coan Consulting, which is member of many international bodies. We do marketing for destinations mainly, and also I work in green destinations as representative for Spain and coordinating Europe for the Good Travel Program. This is my last job in the house. But now let's go to the issue. The question is that some of the things I will tell very very quickly, as I mentioned, so that at the very beginning I am still don't find a solution for this contradiction, for the many contradictions I am finding in the world of sustainability. It was supposed and mentioned by many of you that here we are all speakers at the end. We all have a lot of things to say, and that we call, sometimes I hear the new normal, but I think we are going back to the old normality and even worse, because what I have seen in my country during the summer, there have been only traffic jams, ultra low cost models, so it's not low cost, it's even more, because the people want to travel, but they are more poor than before because of the gasoline and whatever, and so they really want to travel. They even take loans to do this ultra low-cost model. Over-tourism came back immediately. Only some months after the end of the pandemics, we have again the you are not welcome, and these kind of things that we are supposed that we were developing a new model, but I don't see that, at least in my country and in other Mediterranean destinations. So this is. And then my first question is something also for the debate. Is it true that the tourists are more sustainability oriented? I don't believe that. I don't believe these figures of 78% of the tourists are thinking on sustainability when their job in my surroundings. I can talk every summer to 400 people working in the field of tourism, and nobody is taking sustainable sustainable reasons to decide. They are talking all the time about my Ryanair, my Airbnb, my low-cost car, and this is the guys that supposed to be conscious. I cannot imagine the hooligans, what they are thinking about. So I think something is wrong in these figures. I'm totally sure it is not really well done. And then also I feel that it's becoming a kind of elite market niche, because when I have a look at my surroundings in my country, I see thousands of small companies. They have no clue of what is sustainability. And the only place where I see sustainability is in the big tour operators and the big hotel chains. They are doing a lot of that, but they are in general very expensive trips. So because they have hotels with eco-luxury, everything is very, very local, very sustainable, fabric made by the local handicraft and by the women of Bolivia, somewhere else, but it's extremely expensive. With the cost of one of the rooms, you can pay 1 week in the normal one, and then it's becoming a kind of, is the responsible tourism here, and then the other. Even I have seen catalogs of some of these companies, which I am totally lost, is they say, no, this is our catalog for responsible tourism. Digo, so you mean the rest is not? So I don't understand. Why you have a catalog of responsible tourism, and then, so it's like you say, the rest is not. So what's the point? And then at the end, the difference is the price. So it's something that I think we have to consider. And then there are also many questions around. So because we are working towards generalizing this low carbon travel, the project is to promote low carbon travel practices in Europe. I will show you later very quickly how it works. But at the end, what I have seen also this summer and before the pandemics, thousands, millions of tourists going to the iconic places. So our iconic places in the coast are full. The rest of my country is empty in the rural areas. Nobody goes there. And then it comes the contradiction again. They say, oh, no, we have decarbonization plans in one side. In the other side, we promote tourism in places where there is no public transport, no possibility to recharge the car, so no electric cars available. So we are calling the people to come by private cars. And every time, every 2 minutes in Mallorca is a plane coming with 300 Germans, and immediately is a queue, and this plane with 300 Germans converts into 50 cars in the island. I asked them, and they don't have a study of carrying capacity. So there are as many cars, as many tourists come. So it's absolutely crazy. So you need 2 hours to give the car out before checking. So it's something that, how can we think of decarbonization within this? And then we only expect that sustainability labels can help us a bit in that. This is why we are working as closer as possible to develop it. But then we have some, so this is the situation for me, only the negative aspect, there are some positive too. But the big challenge for me is that we need definitely to help the small companies. We need to help the SMEs because, at least from my experience, they are completely lost. And not only the SMEs, small municipalities, they are out of this business at the moment. So in the case of the municipalities or the destinations, they want to be in the picture, so they go to the events and they try to get something. In the case of the companies, they ask for some tool, somebody to help them, because necessarily we need to work together, because what I see also in the market, which is a pity for me, is that there are a lot of studies, for example, in the university about market intelligence. The destinations, they do promotion, and then the companies are on their own. There is no connection at all. So the market intelligence we are producing sometimes in the academy is not reaching the small companies, which only in my country we are talking about 40,000 in total, more or less, with rural accommodations, small hotels, restaurants, active tourism companies. So it's a lot of people. The percentage of certification is less than 1 per thousand. So it's no way. It's at the moment we need a common language. We need a joint operational frame, and this is why in a project like this we join different associations that I will mention later, trying to combine the expertise from the consultancy sector, from the universities and knowledge centers, and also from the trade associations too. So and some destinations will be involved later on. more things, more challenges for me is that something positive, we have phenomena like the fly scam, the same of flight, showing that at least a part of the tourists, but I don't know this percentage, because as I told you, I don't believe it in the official figures, but we know a part is demanding, they want to take some steps, but every time I go to some event about low carbon travel, immediately we talk about transport. I don't understand why. All the time is, oh, we have to call the airlines then and the buses. They are the ones polluting and killing the climate. A moment. All these takeaways, all these vans of Amazon going back and forth, they are doing nothing. There's nothing to do. All this food coming from Madagascar to be served in Spain. This is now also a carbon footprint. So at the end, if we analyze the whole value chain, most of in the figures we did, the transport at the end is not that much. It's much more involved at the end. The smallest problem is the airline. The problem is what we are doing all around the tourists to feed them, to collect the waste, etc., etc. So this is not just a transport-centric issue. I think it's something important because every time we talk about this, I see transport companies. I think it's a mistake. And then we need desperately common methodology. People is so confused. I mentioned that yesterday in another presentation. Shared indicators and friendly practical toolkits. What I have seen, I have been claiming a lot against this. I go to many times with this kind of events, presenting tools, and up to now with the Good Travel Program and some others, the tools have been very complicated, very expensive, sometimes very demanding on time for reports, etc. They are not suitable at all for the kind of businesses that I have. For example, in my country, they are most, like in Greece, I think it's pretty similar, family businesses, very few staff, not technically prepared on sustainable tourism, and for them to make this kind of reports is a burden. Even sometimes we offer it for free with public funds, and they say no. The question is not the money, it's because it's very difficult for us. And then we don't have the capacity to do it, so forget about it. And this means that we are failing somewhere, and then we need to do something. So I think there are a lot of challenges. There is also not a question of calculation and compensation, because it's the trick that have been playing many of the companies. So we need to change this paradigm of the hypermobility-based tourism concept. We are, like somebody mentioned, maybe Xavier phone this morning, there's lots of old-fashioned things, old-fashioned design of experiences, old-fashioned DMOs. I have seen the same consortium in my country with the same name and the same people for 40 years, going to the same trade fairs with the same brochures. It cannot work, but this happens the same. We are selling a tourism which is based in you have to move a lot, you have to be there, and you have to see the sunset there and go to that small restaurant and everything by private car because it's because it's no other way to go. So who pays the energy bill? So that's the problem of the low-cost model. The energy bill and the fuel of these planes is paid by everybody, which is not fair, and also we have the social consideration. So all the things we are promoting, they are longer trips, and in this project, what we are proposing is just solutions for solve that. So it's this acting for a responsible travel in Europe is create and animate a network of European tourism actors that to disseminate the material produced by the project. What we are doing in the project to promote the low carbon travel, this is the people we are. We are associations of tour operators. So the smallest one is my company, is the Association of Tour Operators from France, leaders, Italy, Belgium, a couple of consultancy companies, Travel Pro and Coan Consulting, and we have luckily a partner in Greece, which is the Mediterranean Center for the Environment, MKP, which are our environmental advisors. The solutions we are proposing, just finishing, is the enhance with all this will be detailed because it's 3 years of project, we just started. The enhancement of public transport, coordination between transport and planning, it doesn't exist in my country, for example, yet. Study the carrying capacity, especially in the small islands, of the rental cars facilitate the electric and hybrid mobility, promote the proximity responsible travel. So far, most of the responsible travel catalogs, they are to go very, very far away, so this is completely inconsistent. And we are also supporting some real products, like Routes for the Climate, some companies working together in different parts of the country. So this is more or less the point, and the project, for sure, is framed within all the Paris Agreement and the Green Deal. The audience will be three, is travel agents and tour operators, all the local tourism producers I mentioned, and finally the tourists. And for this, we are developing an online game, which is to find more the digital natives, the young people, etc. A MOOC, a massive online course to train the trainers and to train especially the travel agents in the small destinations, and finally the application. And this will be complemented during the next 3 years. We start in Paris our Train the Trainer next spring, with all the different representations. And then we are building an advisor group of international experts, and then, as usual in any European project, the knowledge transfer, event participation, etc. So you will be very welcome, because we will bother you a lot. As soon as we start having the tools, now we are making some survey, then we'll share the tool to be analyzed, etc. And so many of you, whoever who wants, will participate in that, because what we want to build with that is this kind of common frame. Put a small brick to this common frame to really make, to land the sustainable tourism indicators in something practical and applicable for everybody. So this is the point. Thanks a lot. I'm sorry if I talk a bit too much, but it was. Thanks a lot. Just like this. No, this side, doing the contrary. Now. Thank you.
Thank you, José María. I think it was really also useful input to the workshop later on, but that's up to Xavier and his colleague to pick up. Second speaker is Hartmut himself. Yesterday we had the great workshop by Simon. I guess also he'll play a role here. Maybe. Hartmut, the floor is yours. We're very keen to learn more about Outdooractive, especially because you're now one of our highest level partners. So we trust this is going to be a very interesting presentation. So the floor is yours.
That raises expectations and keeps me under pressure, but I will do my best to explain you a little bit what Outdooractive is doing and how we can help with sustainability. As I said, we are standing for digitization, and we have, after we have planned tourism infrastructure and have done a lot of products and paper and everything, we have decided we probably will have a better impact with digitization, so we can reach a lot more people and it's a bigger lever. And this is what we are doing since about 20 years. And we are a team of about 150 people working in 12 different countries, coming from over 30 nations. And we are building a digital outdoor ecosystem that works as a global digital travel guide. So you all know the travel guides as books, and the structure in the book starts with what is the beauty of that region and the language and the culture and the currency and the best time of the year, but then it goes further with the categories: where can I sleep, where can I eat, what can I do? And this is exactly the structure of Outdooractive. And we have a very special actually set up as a company, because we do not only create the content, we also bring it to the user and to the potential guests. And we are building our own brand, outdooractive.com, as a user front end and the user brand since 14 years. And therefore, we have both sides. So we are the only company in the world doing that. So we are not only a B2B, but we are not only a community, we are both. And we are bringing the content from those who have it to those who need it. And we are bringing the user to those who want it into the destinations. So this is what we are doing since many years, and this is the structure of our world and of our travel guide. And in a destination, there is so many contributors and so many stakeholders that are actually providing and developing the product. It's like the political organizations, municipalities, and so on, and the hotels, and but it's also like the parks, and it's a trail management organizations, and so on. And they all bring in their content into the platform, and then the content will be structured and categorized in those categories the user needs, like how do I get there, where do I sleep, and so on. And we bring that content into the travel guide, like once some of them are using websites, some of them are using apps, and some of them are talking to Amazon Alexa and so on, and then finally to the user. And we are the green part underneath, so we are facilitating all that. No matter under which brand, it must not be our brand. Our brand is only half of our reach. The other half is other channels. We are distributing data into other channels, and we are importing data from other systems. So we are a very open system and connect with everybody who wants. We do run a lot of analytics. We give the people reports, what is happening with their content, what is happening in their destination, what is happening just in front of their door. And then we manage the people, we manage it as a community, and finally we build a digital database, CRM-based database of the users of a destination. This is a B2B site, so we are coming from the professionals, first of all the tourism destinations. So these are our main customer groups because they are responsible for a part of the world, and then they need to manage everything that happens in there. And this is just like a bunch of them that are bringing the product in. It's a guides, it's protected areas, but it's also like the POIs, the restaurants, the hotels, the event managers. So we are working with all of them and bringing them all together into one digital world. This is the user side. So as you can see, we are quite international and worldwide platform. We reach about 60 million people permanently with our information. We have 30 million user profiles and growing quite fast to know the people more in detail, and so on and so forth. A lot of reach and a lot of users and a lot of content. So I will not talk a lot about technology. So we see the technology as an underlying prerequisite, but the strongest thing is the backend. The backend of Outdooractive is like the center. All the data will be either created, imported, exported, and managed and updated in the backend. But not only the data of the world will be managed there, also the data of the community. So it's all the community, the users, the profile, what are they doing, what have they clicked, where have they been. So this will be all stored and managed in the backend. Then we, of course, have a website, either plugins or APIs, or a full white label website, which is the travel guide of a part of the world. And the same as an app, it's a lot better to actually use an app. All the big platforms have apps, as we do, and as we offer it to our destinations as a white label product. And this is just another channel to the platform. We are actually enthusiasts about data and about maps. So this is like our passion. We bring everything on the map. We bring everything in the context, in the report. So this is what we are doing a lot. So this is what you can see as an engagement of the community in 1 week, in 2 or 3 years ago. And from that basis, actually, we can make predictions. What is going to happen at the next weekend when the weather is good, in which region you will have a lot of people, and where do you want to have them. So this is algorithm-based. You can also call it artificial intelligence. So this is a heat map which we are very proud of. It's even live. So it's a screenshot from a live heat map based on the GPS positions of the smartphones. So if you turn that on, we see a dot on the map. And on the map, we do see the live position of the people, and it's anonymous, it's GDPR conform. And this is just a couple of hours later. You see in our region where the people are in the morning, when they are on the way into the nature, and this is like in the middle of the afternoon. And this is how destination managers can manage and actually see what's going to happen. They also can see it in the past. You can compare last year Sunday with this year, this Sunday. This is also the same data in reports, in tables, in charts. You can track everything. So you can track the usage of the content. You can track what the user have done, what they have commented and reviewed and checked in. So this is a complete analytics based on the data that we are gathering. Community management is not only our community, it's a community of the DMOs. We are giving them access to the users, and we help all together to digitalize the user, that we know them better. We have a profile, we know that they are either cyclists or hikers or skiers or just interested in culture, being around in the cities. And this is also the front end to communicate with the user. So we are managing that all in terms of technology, in terms of GDPR, in terms of law violations. So you don't have to be afraid, but you can build your own community with us. And we are pretty much into the safety, actually history, because we take care about the people that are out in the remote area with weather and snow and current conditions, trail closures, warnings, avalanches, everything. And we are showing that to the people and bring them home safety in the night. So this is like another promise that we can give together. And this is a very strong trail management or destination management tool. You can close either a single trail or a whole area. So you see the red area there on the map. This is a enclosed area, so there is not possible to plan a route, to download a route, or to store a route, and it will give you a notice if you want to enter it. And very important is like all the protected areas, all the parks, they do have rules, and nobody knows the rules, and these rules will be digitalized, will be visualized, and we help all these protected areas with a free account. So we do not charge them because we want to have them in the platform. We want to have the content, and we want to distribute that content through all our channels into the destinations. This data is not available currently in sort of a structured, machine-readable, open data form. Therefore, we have founded an own NGO. It's called Digitize the Planet. It's a young NGO, 2 years old, to digitalize all the rules in the parks, which say you cannot enter here in the winter, or you cannot step off the trail, or you cannot ride a bike. You are not allowed to fly a drone or pick mushrooms or whatever. So this is like the data set that will be created in the parks and will be distributed as open data, not only to Outdooractive, but to all the platforms in the world. But this is only one initiative that we are in, so I have brought a couple of others. First here, the Green Destinations, we have signed this morning, but also we are a member of a GSTC. We donate 1% of our revenues for the sustainability initiatives and finance Digitize the Planet quite far. But I'm just coming from the World Trails Conference, so they care about the trails. And finally, we are here to collaborate with Green Destinations. We have signed the contract this morning, and we will bring the catalog of the criteria into the Outdooractive platform. So this is like the main thing, and we will support the top 100 destinations to create data and digitalize themselves and get them quick started to be also the digital leaders. I now want to encourage you all to give it a try. You can either scan this code We are around for a while. Simon has a list. We can hand around that list if you want. Then you can put your email address on that list, and we will send you further information if you want, or you just come to us and contact us. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Absolutely amazing to see in 10 minutes what big things can be done. I was already impressed after the workshop, but really, I mean, this is a really great summary and very useful to all of us. And maybe also, again, good input to the thinking around the workshop that we will have in about 10 minutes. Because we have 10 minutes left for Patice. Patice Talaue is one of our Green Destinations team members, head of training and support program. As I told you yesterday in the opening session, we tried to develop a much wider offer than just certification, and really a big toolkit to support destinations and businesses to prepare for certification, to prepare for improvement, and to better understand where they are, where they come from, and where they want to go to. So Patice, the floor is yours. Hopefully you can move around these slides yourself.
Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you once again, and this is a huge honor for me to be part of this esteemed panel. As Albert already mentioned, Green Destinations, with our mission to lead places and destinations to sustainability, recognize that we need to do more than just certification. And so in the past 2 years, we have piloted several programs and services to address key issues that we have learned from working with over 300 destinations in our network. I'm delighted to share with you all today the support programs and services and how they can help destinations progress towards their sustainability goals. So starting off with analyzing over 100 destinations that have gone through our awards and certification program, we have been able to pinpoint which criteria destinations usually comply with well, and those in which they tend to struggle to achieve. And if we look closely at this list of criteria from the GD standard, we can see that these have very strong links in a destination's capacity to assess and monitor the impacts of tourism in the destination. Looking deeper into how they reported to the GD standard, we have found that when destinations have established a way to measure, assess, and monitor tourism impacts, then compliance to all other criteria usually follows easily. However, that is not to say that that is all that are needed for destinations to become successful, sustainable destinations. This form only part of the foundation on developing and managing successful, sustainable destinations. So part of the programs that we piloted in the past 2 years have also enabled us to listen more closely to what the destinations really need. And over the last 2 days in this conference, we have really heard a lot of similar stories from everyone, and the destinations have really identified sustainability issues around these 3 areas, particularly human capital development, in that the capacity and skills of decision makers and tourism stakeholders lack an awareness and understanding of what sustainability truly means. And so measuring sustainability performance, in that many destinations also struggle to do because information and data can be sparse or overwhelming, that it becomes difficult for them to make sense of how these measurements can better inform formulation and implementation of tourism policies and strategies. That being said, today I want to present to you specifically our benchmarking and reporting and climate reset tools that are geared toward helping destinations with their sustainability performance, as well as support for recognition. Diving first into benchmarking and reporting tools, These set of tools allow destinations to compare performance among various areas of interest, also facilitate a destination monitoring program, and share their progress to the public. We are able to do these through several indicators relevant to measuring performance. And of course, in our commitment to climate action, we have also developed tools that can help destinations become active agents to help battle climate change. And in this toolkit, we have the Destination Carbon Footprint Calculator, that aggregates visitor movement and choices in the destinations. That being number of arrivals, tourist arrivals, looking at the different modes of travel and transportation, and also including accommodation choices. And hopefully, after the project from José María, then we are also able to integrate more into the value chain and put it in the carbon footprint calculator as well. We are also able to help in climate mitigation planning for destinations by measurements of weather and climate patterns, landscapes, vegetation, and forest cover. And of course, with climate risk and adaptation, we also look into medium and long-term projections such as marine flooding risk and heat stress. So just to give some examples of how these tools have worked, we have piloted it with a destination in the Netherlands. And the first one is our benchmarking report. And the indicators that you see there are some of the indicators that the destination has identified that are relevant for them. So it wasn't a list of indicators that we have developed for them, but it came together as a process of working with the destination as well. So these are just some of the indicators that are there, mapping protected areas, identifying land cover, and also like density of invasive alien species, help them look at potential areas for regeneration, and help inform ecosystem-based management. And what we intend really to do is to make all these information and data accessible and understandable for destination managers to use, bridging gaps in understanding, planning, and implementation of policies and strategies. So we find these tools very useful and crucial to destination. For example, this is an example from Maldives, looking at how a 2.5 meter sea level rise will affect them. And as you can see in the photo, about 91% of Maldives will actually be inundated with water. And so how does this work? Taking a look at as well at another example, which is from Palau. There are about 20 different layers as of now that we can add to these projections, such as air and seaports, tourist sites, as the one that you can see right here. So how and where we gather our data, most of our sources actually come from one of the projects that the Green Destinations was involved in collaboration with Breda University and Wageningen University. This is called the SASDES project and mainly covers the indicators that you see right there, sourced from UN to IPCC information, open data sources, and we even have sources taken from booking.com as well. We also have looked into using the integrated biodiversity assessment tool and many other sources of many open data sources as well. However, we recognize that there are still many countries, places, destinations that lack the ability to contribute data and fear that this might limit the applicability of these indicators and tools that they want to see for themselves. This is why we are working developing partnerships with other organizations and companies similar to what we're doing with Outdooractive right now that can help us build the data from the ground up. And while there is already a strong database ready for within EU destinations, I'm saying that we are not limited to using these tools only for them. We can still find a way to establish indicators as what we are currently working on with destinations with Patice and Guyana. So in the end, what we hope to support destinations with is to go beyond what we have identified earlier. As I said, these tools and indicators only form part of the foundation for sustainable destinations, and what we really want is to be able to build a culture of sustainability among the stakeholders and within the entire community, be able to assess progress and empower decision makers. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for having me, and please don't hesitate to get in touch for anyone who is interested to know more about the tools or to even collaborate, and we are very open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patice, for the summary of our toolkit. I'm quite sure that what the other active teams are doing could perhaps also add to the quality and the geographical scope of our tools. So I'm very hopeful on maybe synergy in that field as well. So that's the three presentations. We have a little lack of time because we would like to give as much as possible time to Xavier. I think many of you, if not all, have enjoyed Xavier's presentation this morning, and some of you have asked me, why do you give Xavier not more time than just 20 minutes? So we will do next year. We've already committed to give you a lot more time. And again, next year you can also have a workshop if you like. So I think we'll have a great participation here and great synergy in that respect. So many of you will enjoy that next year as well. But now you have the floor until the end of the session, which I think is 3:45. So I hope that's a bit of time that allows you to run the rest of the session. Xavier and Anna, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Albert just cornered me earlier on and said, "You're coming next year, we're having a whole hour." And I just said, "Okay." So apparently I'm doing that. Okay. I hope my carbon footprint is not going to be stupidly high. We're doing it somewhere near. But right, go ahead.
Yeah. So good afternoon. Thank you for attending this workshop. My name is Ana Torres. I'm a research fellow at the University of Surrey, and jointly with Xavier Fund, we are working on an EU-funded project, which is called SUSPOL. It stands for Sustainable Tourism Policies, and it is coordinated by the University of Surrey and is mainly focused on understanding how DMOs are using sustainable tourism indicators for making better evidence-informed decisions. So we are now focusing not on creating data, but to understand how this data is useful for DMOs to make more sustainable management measurements. So why we choose that topic? Sorry. Okay. We have heard about a lot of experiences, about a lot of examples of building these sustainable tourism indicators. Really interesting. And here you see some of them, but obviously in this session we have seen others, really interesting to learn about it. But we noticed that there are a lot of experience in building these sustainable tourism indicators, but there are very little evidence about how we are using those indicators to make more evidence-informed decisions. And even less examples about how we monitor decisions that we take based on those indicators. And we think that it is very important to understand, to have the better data, of course, but also to understand how we use those data to transform governance in our destinations. So now we are working with 4 partners, tourist cities in Europe, and we are working closely with them to better understand what kind of information they are living with in sustainable tourism, but also how they are using those indicators or those information to manage their destinations, and what it is needed to boost the change and the transformation of the governance towards a more sustainable management and planning. So today we are going to conduct a workshop where we want to discuss with you with participatory methods about how we can use sustainable tourism indicators and how we can improve the cost-benefit analysis of some data to better to influence our decisions. So that's why we have prepared some data, and Xavier is going to conduct the discussion. I will be on the backstage preparing the data for discussing with you.
Okay, so we're going to make you work, right? This is not just us doing the talking and then you falling asleep after lunch. Let me just show you some of this data. Normally, tourist destinations are very good at collecting data on expenditure per visitor, either for the entire duration or per day, right? The data that Patice was talking about actually links really well with this. I think we can integrate displaying data like this for you. So normally we're very good at knowing the size of the market, right? Smaller, bigger, and then the expenditure. In this case, we've just put the total for the entire stay. What we hardly ever do is say, what's the carbon footprint for visitors? And how do we calculate cost and benefit together? Now, if we basically look at this and say, this is for Barcelona, by the way. This is why Spain is a much bigger market, the domestic market. So you can see that for Barcelona, the visitors have a lower expenditure per person, but actually lower carbon footprint per person. The further away you move, the higher the carbon footprint. Now, typically, what you'd expect is that things would be on a trajectory like this, right? And anything that falls on, depending, and this is the average, and that's the average, okay? Average expenditure, average carbon footprint. One of the things we're trying to do, and we want to experiment with you today on that, is to say, if we present this information like this to your DMO, what decisions are you prepared to take based on this data? Let's imagine you work for the City of Barcelona now, okay? And somebody comes along with this data for you, and you find out that, look, the USA, they spend that much, but the carbon footprint is this. We presented data from Russia, and they're not necessarily coming to Barcelona now, but they did when we collected this data. And then this is an estimate, okay? We don't have the exact data. The expenditure for the Asian market when they come to Barcelona per day is high, but is low because the length of stay is low. And the carbon footprint is 2.6. Like, oh my God, this is huge. Remember, the target per person per year is to go from the current average, which is 10 tons for an European person, not just for their holiday, for their entire life. We need to go from 10 tons to 2 tons per year. The moment that one person from the USA comes to visit you once to Barcelona, they've already consumed half their carbon budget for the entire year. Okay? That means that for the rest of the year, they cannot put heating in the house, they cannot eat, they cannot buy clothes, they cannot do anything. Right? Obviously, we don't do that, we just overconsume. And we expect that somebody else, somewhere else, that's poorer than us, underconsumes to compensate for our lifestyle. Yeah, sorry, I never told you, you'll need to take Prozac after this session. Okay? But the challenge that we've got here is, you working for DMO, you still need to make money. What decisions can you take? Okay? So I've got 2 microphones. I'm really happy to pass the microphones around. And what I'd like to do is a brainstorm of ideas of feasible things that we can try to do. Right? What we can't say is no more tourism. We still need to make a living. How do we make decisions on our different markets to reach us where we need to reach? I could have presented not by nationality, I could have presented by type of tourism. So obviously for conference tourism, high expenditure, low duration, leisure tourism, or academic travel, right? That would be long duration, but also lower expenditure and so on. So there's many ways of slicing this data. All your destinations already have this data. And you may say, no, we don't have the data on the carbon footprint. Yes, you do. Because you know the duration of their travel, you know their mode of travel, you know their accommodation they used, and that is enough to calculate within a very small margin of error what the carbon footprint for each one of those target markets is. At the moment, you just can't be bothered to use that information. Excuse my bluntness. Why can't you be bothered? Because it's politically unappealing to acknowledge that data. Okay, so I've got 2 microphones. I'll probably keep one and I'll pass the other one round. Who wants to be the first to suggest something that you think Barcelona could do to reduce the carbon footprint based on this data? Okay, yep.
I'm I'm not a DMO, but we are already saying for years that we need to include and even add the issue of traveler carbon footprint in the Green Destination Standard. It's not in the GSTC standard. We are adding that. We say, look, this is the biggest source, travel from let's say long haul is the biggest source of climate impact in the world relates to tourism and sustainability. So stop targeting markets that are long haul. Limit yourself to local, regional, and if you need, domestic tourism. And then you'll probably take an important very first step.
Okay, great. What we're going to do is, because we want it to be a brainstorm, can you say it in 10 words? That would be great, right? Just say it in as few words as you can.
Yeah, seconding to that, considering the ways to travel to Barcelona, and then also what can I offer them and what matches their expectations. For example, we are now getting more and more remote work. Okay. Are they staying longer, or is it just a weekend visit? So I would love to have those who stay longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in less than 10 words, increased length of stay. Good, I like it. We're getting better at counting.
In general, just to promote different means of transportation where it's possible. So when looking at Belgium, maybe also the Netherlands, Germany, just promote much more train connections and so on.
Okay, love it.
In connection with that, maybe offer incentives for train travel, like a reduced city tax if you can produce a train ticket or a bus ticket for arrival in a destination.
Yeah. So Barcelona could have the BIP, Barcelona Important Person. I made this up, right? And you could say, if you arrive by public transport, we will give you some special deals to go into certain attractions or something. Ultimately, if you go to Disney and you stay in one of their hotels, they'll let you go into the attraction at earlier times, or they give you discounts. Why don't we do that? Great, love it.
Find a way to put carbon footprint on restaurant menus so that consumers can choose menu items that have a lower carbon footprint.
Set an acceptable number for CO2 carbon footprint, and then add a compulsory CO2 offsetting bill for each visitor.
In 10 words, would be subsidize the companies which are promoting, which they already do. The companies promoting low carbon travel and zero carbon travel, because they exist, but they are still subsidizing the traditional bus companies. So at the end, another contradiction, as we are mentioning.
Okay, so how do we say that in fewer words? Sorry, because Anna's taking notes.
In a few words, then subsidize the low carbon and carbon neutral tourism products which exist, and stop or reduce the subsidies to the traditional transport, very polluting companies.
Love it. Next. Okay, sorry, I thought you were moving. Say again?
Reduce food waste.
Reduce food waste, yeah.
I'm a bit confused because I'm in an island which is very far from, and we are actually targeting Spanish to come to Mauritius. So the only thing I would say is to travel less and be for long stay instead of traveling 3-4 times a year.
Absolutely. Or you could choose to target markets that are nearer to you. I remember working for the Chilean government who said, can you help me design sustainable products so we can attract more Germans? And I said, we've got Brazilians around the corner. Like, no, let's have Germans.
In terms of like markets like USA,
yeah,
definitely I think increase transnational cooperation. Or like if they travel, they see more countries, or at one go stay longer, extend their stay by transnational, regional like sort of offers.
Okay, so rather than
not
just
for Barcelona maybe, but then you can share the damage done between the countries.
Absolutely. So a bit like with the Asian market, we're basically saying, let's propose they have a longer stay and they travel across more places. As you know, both the USA and the Japanese market, for example, have very short holidays. So it's very difficult for them. And we've got people here who can confirm that. Like, if you blow your entire annual budget on one trip, like, it's going to hurt for the rest of the year because you're very limited. But yeah. This is going well, right?
So maybe identify the type of tourism that is the most polluting, whether it's MICE, for example, we find out that conference tourism is the most polluting. Just giving an example.
You are the worst. You all came here and you're all leaving tomorrow rather than spending the weekend.
You tell me what other types of tourism are there in segmentation and find out that maybe we should reduce this one and just do maybe, for example, the key conferences of it all, or green the MICE sector, for example. So it's finding out which segment of or type of tourism is most polluting.
Cruising is not going to come out very well out of this. Okay? The expenditure per day for the destination is tiny, and the carbon footprint to get there is horrible. How are we doing? Yep.
You maybe making public transport more friendly for non-European people, especially for Asian people. I came here with my colleagues from Thailand. Two of them. One of them got pickpocket this morning, and yesterday one of us got like a money treated already, and now they all use taxi.
Yeah.
But for myself, nothing happened to me yet. But it's okay. Yeah. I think maybe like that make something more friendly for Asian people.
Yeah, that's not helping me with carbon, but it's still a good idea all the same. Now, remember, guys, every one of our governments, if you are from Europe, has committed to reducing the carbon footprint of our entire industry by 55% in the next 8 years. Are the suggestions that we are putting forward ambitious enough? 55% is a long way. Okay, we're hoping that incremental decisions will give us radical transformations. Sorry, last time I tried to lose weight by just not eating chocolate sometimes, I found that it wasn't enough. I had to do an awful lot more than that. Okay, so we need more than incremental solutions. So who wants to be bolder? No, I think Anna's saying we probably have enough. One last person, and then we're moving you to the next task.
Follow France and do not allow flights less than 2 hours.
Okay, so ban domestic flights. Okay, less than 2 hours. Essentially, try to promote the people who use, land-based travel. Okay, good. So what we're going to do next is we're going to move you to another task, which now we're going to need you to use your telephones, and we will need you to use Mentimeter. I don't know if you've used Mentimeter before, but while I was doing this, Anna was typing them up, and we're now going to get you to vote on the top things that we've listed here, and we will want you to rate those based on the feasibility, basically how impactful it's going to be and how feasible it's going to be to achieve that. We just need somebody to project the Mentimeter presentation for us, the technical people at the back. Sorry, guys. Okay, we're coming there. So this is the number for Mentimeter. So if you go to menti.com and use the code that you've got there, the two sets, all 8 numbers, please. Okay? So go to menti.com and enter that code, and then you'll be able to vote for the feasibility and the relevance of each one of these 10 points that you got here, and also you'll be able to see them in there. I know you're taking a photo, but if you go to Menti, you actually get it for real. You actually get to see all this list there. So rather than taking the photo, just go to Menti, and then you can do that. You can then do a screenshot of your Menti. Okay? So you'll be able, so the numbers at the top are 68274049. 68274049. And as you start voting, we will see that this, I think, updates live. So you'll start to see the results of your votes coming up. So we're asking you to basically vote on how relevant this is going to be to help us achieve the targets, and how feasible would it be politically to actually do what you suggested we should do. And you got 10 potential policy decisions. Feasible only for Barcelona? Well, For Barcelona, for a tourist destination you're familiar with, based on your knowledge, could we do this? So we've got somebody here from Austria, and we've got Flanders, we've got other places. So obviously you could say, the same decisions apply to my hometown, to the place that I am in charge of. We're not going to tell your bosses what you said, okay? Okay, one person voted. Keep voting, guys. At the end of the voting, you'll be able to see the results on Mentimeter, or you can put an email address if you want the graph to be sent to you, just in case that this is helpful in any way. But the session's also been recorded, and we're quite happy to share the results of what we've learned today with you. So I'll let some of you continue voting, okay? But maybe it's unsurprising that the thing we liked the most was to increase the marketing for nearby markets. But you didn't really say, but stop marketing to long haul. You just say, let's market more to domestic markets. All you're gonna get is more tourists. That does not reduce your total carbon footprint. It just brings you more people to your destination, okay? So we failed already. Yeah? The target is reduced by 55%, not get more. Unsurprisingly, the thing that we find quite relevant, but at least feasible so far, is banning domestic flights plus demarketing markets with high carbon footprint. But Norway's done it. Have you seen the policy for Norway? Where they basically said, we're just not going to market to long-haul markets anymore. We're done. Can you tell us more? Go on. You want to say something.
Cannot really tell you more about Norway itself, but they still have other stakeholder partners that do the marketing for them. And if you look at Norway with Norwegian Air, that is most present in the US, it's the same as if some European cities, they are not marketing anymore on faraway countries or faraway markets when the country itself does. So,
I know, there's a, well, so as a DMO, you can choose to that, but yeah, you're right. You cannot ban what the airline is going to do. Yeah, that in itself is problematic. So it's a signal. You're sending a signal, but it's probably a very ineffective signal. But if it's really ineffective, why do we still keep bothering marketing to long-haul markets in the first place? Like the city of Barcelona has decided they will only market to markets outside Europe. They said the Europeans are coming anyway. All of our marketing effort is going to be India, Singapore, China, Australia. We don't have to market to the Europeans, which is obviously like a 180-degree difference from what we are proposing here. Yeah? Because they've said the expenditure per person per day is higher for those markets than it is for the European markets. Okay, any observations on what we got here? I'm happy to pass the microphone around again. Anything that surprises you? Anything that outrages you? Nothing is feasible. I didn't tell you we'll need Prozac today.
Those were 2 words, not 10, just But it really frustrates me. Yeah, we cannot see something that we can actually, easily do to address all of this. Maybe we need to be more, disruptive in decisions in what we can do, and think out of not the box but out of everything we know for now.
So that's fine. I was going to say we're fucked, but I can't say because we're on camera. And but essentially, let's do okay, but let's do better than that, because we can't just leave today and say, well, this is it. We're not going to do it anyway. So do we need to put more things in the list of 10, or do we need to actually? How do we make any of these things more feasible? I don't think we can make them more relevant, but how do we make them more feasible? Like what you were just saying a minute ago is, yeah, probably this one would be nice, the marketing, but actually it's probably less relevant. We probably have been really generous with its relevance because we're saying the impact that's going to have is probably lower than what we expected, right? So there's a lot of bunching, as you can see. We've ended up with everything kind of falling in the same place. What do we do to push something up?
Thing I'm saying now. I would just say if you have the goal of increasing length of stay or demarket those markets, just break it up into minor sub-projects that are more feasible to reach also in the short run, and then it's more likely to get them achieved.
Okay, so
having 0.4 and not writing 4, but 4.1, 2, 3, 4, and just make it more feasible and more understandable for all the stakeholders.
Okay, yeah, so this is quite a quick session, and obviously we could break it down and unpack it.
No, I think one of the key things here is that the channel of the clients, because if you are addressing individual clients, then it's okay that you can have reaction, but I cannot go to my operators and say you have to refuse to the business area of the long-haul travel. They will not do that. So the point.
Nobody had taxation as a possible policy option. But yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on banned domestic flights. I didn't say banned domestic flights. I said banned domestic flights less than 2 hours. And Barcelona to Nimes has a nonstop train service that goes through 4 gorgeous cities. Why can't product be developed on those kind of routes? I mean, France has the track laid that works. Barcelona's got the nonstop. I think product development is required.
Okay, so we can change that later on to ban short haul flights of a certain distance. Yeah.
And to add to that, if we improve public transportation for ourselves, the tourists will use it as well. And if we green the public transportation, the tourists will use that. So if we had more bike lanes and more bike rentals, the tourists would also use that. So that would reduce the carbon footprint. And I have another idea. Since we have to have the flights, what if we just increase the passenger capacity by reducing the luggage?
Okay, but if you reduce the luggage, you're not going to increase the length of stay if you reduce the luggage. Okay. Yeah. Next, you're going to tell me we're going to charge passengers by their weight. You know. Yeah. I tell you what, because the policy is going to favor women as opposed to men, because you tend to be smaller, it's never going to fly, is it? Because men take most of the decisions. You know, like, if it was women taking decisions, I think this would look very different, like the actual policy decisions we take. But okay, I'm off piece now, and this is a microphone and camera, so I'm going to get in trouble again. Okay, we've got some over here.
So transportation is a big one, but infrastructure and buildings is another really big one. So for us locally, our energy supplier is going to be 100% renewable energy by 2030. They're already like 70% renewable. And so what we're pushing is electrification on our existing buildings as well as our new buildings. All like there's rules going into place that all new construction has to be electric so that it's coming from a clean grid. So that means that our visitors already have clean options wherever they're staying, which is reducing their impact. So that might be a cool thing to do.
Thank you. From all the items in this list, I would say that displaying the carbon footprint information in restaurants is the one that can be implemented most easily. Yet, we say that the increase of influx of nearby markets, which requires marketing, which requires somehow inviting these people in, and then increasing the number of people coming in that we're saying now is not sustainable, is yet up there in the most visible and most relevant. So I would say we're not still out of the box in the thinking of green destinations. So.
And then, of course, we are saying displaying the carbon footprint is, quite relevant. But frankly, the percentage of our carbon that comes from that is relatively limited, right? I mean, the big chunks here is our transport, followed by our accommodation. So obviously, we need to really hit those first. Sorry.
Since we're talking about transport, and at the risk of sounding very silly right now, but because you were talking about the airplanes, what if, and I've seen this now, it's all over the place, that they're developing those airships, the blimps, the zeppelins, call them what you want. And those would be like an excellent option to travel slow, maybe 3 times, like it might take 9 hours to go from here to Barcelona, but at least it's very clean. And that's being, so maybe that's the vision for the future.
One thing we didn't talk about is, you realize that you cannot buy train tickets more than 3 months in advance, but you can buy airplane tickets a year in advance. So if I'm planning a trip now for Easter, what do you think I'm going to book? I can't book a train ticket. I mean, what's wrong with us? Like, that can't be a difficult one to change, right? Okay, but the idea is I'm not supposed to give the answers, you guys are supposed to. So,
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I just a little bit wanted to follow up what was mentioned there earlier, that I think none of these are solutions. They're nice nudges. There's something we can do. But it's really like the low carbon innovations. It's much more in the infrastructure that should in the future allow us only low carbon options. We shouldn't put in a restaurant that what's the footprint. All offerings should be low carbon. It should set be a limit there, like after 2025, there is no more product offering in a tourism or in any other sector that is high in carbon.
So, but are you by any chance suggesting that on a green conference like today, there should have been no beef in the menu?
As vegetarian, I'd be very happy to welcome that.
Who thought, but somebody actually said to me earlier on, if we had done this event as a vegetarian venue, there would have been a riot. There would have been enough people that would have really complained about it. If we can't do it ourselves, why do we keep doing this and pointing the finger at somebody else, not doing a little bit of this?
Take a vote on it. I would vote for a vegan meal and a vegan conference because it's all about reducing our carbon footprint. And if somebody can eat beef the other days of the week, if we're here for this conference, we might as well do it really. Yeah.
And just sure, it would be a win-win situation for those that meat is very relevant. They might not come, so.
Okay, we're digressing. That's still not enough, but it's a step in the right direction, right? But we're only willing to do things that will bring us more tourists of the type we like. We're not prepared to do enough of not having the type of tourists that are going to change. I mean, you remember the figures, right? I mean, some of those markets are just hugely impactful. And of course, many of those markets don't come just once. They do binge flying, right? Now, I like the term binge flying because a little bit like binge drinking. I like my red wine, but you drink with moderation is good for you. You drink too much is not good for you. So if we talk about binge flying, we can then basically say some flying is good, right? Okay, I'm moving away from the topic. Yep, more.
I just want to add that everything that we are discussing is very much, it's not relevant for all the destinations that we are representing, actually. And I think that everything that we are talking about has to be readjusted. You're talking increase, promote train connection, and in my country there is hardly any train, so we cannot do this. You know, so this is very important that we cannot just copy paste, but we have to review our own circumstances. Also, when it comes to low cost flying, for example, when I see my home destination, I see this as the only chance for us now. You know, like sort of, I know it's no good, but I don't see any other way how we can do things, how we can reach what we are targeting. So this is very much case-to-case situation.
I don't disagree, but every time that one destination says, I'm an exception, somebody else will have to do more than 55% reduction to compensate for that place.
What country are you from?
I'm from North Macedonia, and I don't think, for example, we can, if I compare, let's say, destination with high potential, like Ohrid UNESCO city among 38 listed on, you know, culture and nature in the world, and how we are struggling to bring tourists, you know. So I think that flying to Barcelona, let's go for coffee in Barcelona is no good, you know. But coming to Ohrid to see the oldest lake of Europe is something different. So it's quite uncomparable.
So the European Union policy is very clear that border regions, periphery regions in Europe and islands will have different treatment to destinations that are much more accessible. Okay? But I do remember hearing your minister at the European Tourism Convention give a presentation saying how sustainable tourism is very important and that's why we're building another airport. And he even said in the same sentence, you know, this, he presented online, this was during COVID, at the European Tourism Convention that was meant to happen at the European Parliament. I know because I was moderating and my jaw just dropped. Right? Yeah, from Cyprus, yeah. Well, okay, he was talking about the new airport, you know, in the north region, you know, I don't remember the exact detail, but what was surprising to me is, yeah, sorry, I'll come here and then I'll come over.
One suggestion, a top-down one, is that everybody individually has a carbon limit on their flights, so that, you know, you decide where you spend them. But from the bottom up, we're looking at, you know, expenditure, assuming that that's the positive. And what does that mean to local communities? I mean, is that what they want? Okay, they want business, but if you're communicating and engaging with your local communities, giving them this information about carbon footprint, asking them what type of tourism they want that would add value to their communities, to their businesses, you may come up with a local strategy for decisions you want to make and the choices that you want.
Yeah, and then talking about this decreasing and minimum impact, taking our destination, for example, and I agree with the lady who was talking about like really revising the whole concept of, I don't know, marketing strategy, country strategy, because at the moment we are all talking about getting more people, getting new markets, opening new markets, but we are not thinking about it. And I think this is a adaptation of everything, starting from the tourism products, ending up with the markets that we want to work. Because it's like with the COVID, we had to really change everything. We had to work, in our case in Kyrgyzstan, for example, we had to work with the domestic tourism because we have never worked with them. We always were thinking about Europeans. But then the situation has changed. And it's the same with the, I think, carbon footprint. So we have to think and we have to adapt all our efforts around tourism.
Good, I like it. I saw more hands earlier, but I can't see anybody else now. Okay.
Yeah, you mentioned accessibility earlier, and I think that that's one of the fundamental things we went wrong, that the tourism is so much based on accessibility, and I think that's something we should throw in the bin and just start changing the mindset for the future of the tourism. It will get tougher to get to places, but that's part of the journey. It's no longer being binge flying. It's no longer being a weekend trips to Barcelona. It's going to be something different, but it can be a month in Europe, traveling by these futuristic, fast trains or something. But it's really like, it requires really big changes, and I think we just really have to start accepting that.
Okay. Good.
I think it's really important to invest on infrastructure and to really create a dense and efficient railway network around Europe, not only Central Europe or Northern Europe, but also in the Balkans. Because I think it would be really nice if someone from France, for example, could come to Greece in 6 hours by train instead of taking a 4 hours flight, and they can bring their luggages and everything. And at the same time, that would give flexibility to destinations like Greece that will not be dependent on tour operators that have most of the flights and charter flights to create their own strategy and use these different means of transportation to be more flexible.
Yeah, I imagine we will have faster trains, but they're going to connect the busiest cities. They're not going to be built for the regions where there's low demand because the figures just don't add up. And also it's the most cost effective in terms of reducing the carbon footprint. But I don't disagree with you. That doesn't leave the Balkans, for example, in a very good place, or many people will say here, well, what do we do with islands and so on? But there's like a limited budget to, what we can do. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of a very long haul travel and destination like Mauritius, it tends to be very difficult, or whatever we are discussing right now, because first of all, the cost of the airplane is very high, the distance is very high, the carbon emission is very high. So how to reach carbon neutral when we know that many emission has already been done? So whatever we are doing in these very long haul islands, is maybe try to reach neutral by having new activities. But when we know our markets also, which are primarily from Europe, they come to these destinations to enjoy the lagoons and activities that are linked to many carbon emission kind of things. So getting the marketing strategy right is a threat also of not having those kind of tourists coming to our island. So that's my point. So there's a balance to be made between a new kind of niche market and getting the struggle of maybe losing some of the traditional markets. But at the end of the day, I think it is something that we need to ponder on.
Sure, and a transition will always mean having a process of, still living with some of the old ways and finding ways of slowly nudging in that way until we find alternatives that work better. I understand. Okay, this was really helpful. Let me just finish with one quick comment on some work I've just been doing recently. World Tourism Organization asked me to look at a document they've been preparing, and they analyzed 101 national tourism strategies. So national tourism strategy are big documents. Yeah? What percentage would you say included sustainable tourism as an important thing? 100%. Okay, hang on. Right. How many of them, what percentage would you say dedicated more than one paragraph of text to explaining what sustainability was? 55%, more than one paragraph. These are 100-page documents. I'll give you the stats next. 2% of them had sustainability-related indicators in the document, and 2% of them had actions that were measurable that would help us move in that direction. So it's a little bit like we were hearing earlier on. We all know we need to say sustainable is good, right? Like if somebody gave me a question and said, Xavier, are you a good father? What do you think I'm going to say? I'll say yes. My kids will say something else, right? But all these destinations have learned they need to say it, and I think we need to give them tools. And one of the things with Anna that we're going to try to do, and look, if your destination wants to do something like this, I think that the data that we were hearing now from Green Destinations will allow you to cross-reference two of the sets of data you'll have there for you to create this graph, okay, for your own destination. If we get clever, we may even get your technology to actually give them the graph, right? And if you want to then say, well, how do we run a workshop like this to actually get people in your destination to start to have these conversations, there are many, many ways in which it can be done, okay? I hope this session was of help. We're meant to finish at 4 and we're finishing half an hour early. So what that means is you get half an hour of networking and talking to people and probably having early beers, which can only be a good thing. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah. Yes, so everyone, we can take a little bit of a break, but please be back here around 4 o'clock for the closing session.
I was just trying to beat you at influencing.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. My influencing score is higher than yours, just so you know.
Who's your certification?
Yeah. My global influencing score is at 98, so we're like my cloud score.
Hello everyone. I would really like to ask you to sit down as we would like to start the closing session and to finish our 2 beautiful days properly. Thank you very much. Sorry that you have to sit. Not the best place. So, thank you all again for having spent with us those 2 beautiful days. It was really, really nice. We really enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. I didn't have the time to listen to all the panels, but those I listened to, they were great and really inspiring. And yeah, let me just welcome to the stage now the host of tomorrow's event. Actually, we are not done yet. It's just GD is over, but Future of Tourism Coalition will continue. Welcome, Jeremy Sampson. The stage is yours.
So I'm only going to hold you here for a few minutes, but we wanted to have a closing session to help us transition from this wonderful 2 days, the Green Destinations 2022, into tomorrow's event. But before we have closing remarks, we'd like to invite our sponsors on up, sponsors for today's session, to just share a few words with us. So we will start with our first sponsor, which is Outdooractive. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you for the chance to give a few more words to you guys. For those who have not been present at my presentation and discussion this afternoon, it's just another statement here from my side that we are really keen on working with all the destinations, and we are really passionate about sustainability to bring it to the destinations and all the participants and players in the destinations. And we are so proud to be partner of Green Destinations now, to bring all the information that we are collecting in the database and all the actually sustainability criteria from GSTC and GD together in one system and in one view, that all the stakeholders from the hotels to the event managers and all the others, and finally the destination can really develop data-driven their user experience and their sustainability, and we will give them an indicator how they actually are doing currently and where they stand and what they should do as a next step. And finally, we want to support the top 100 destinations that have been chosen yesterday with a special program that we are already talking about, but we have under development, just to actually support them with a program for digitalization, because we think that digitalization is the biggest lever and will have the biggest impact in all the things that we are doing together, because this is the way to reach the people, this is the way to engage the community, this is the way to guide them and lead them, and this is what we want to do together with you and together with Albert and Green Destinations team and also the GSTC. So this is, from my side, I'm really excited to start that collaboration and to start working with all of you. and what's going to happen in the future. And we will do our best to facilitate that in the best way. For those who have not been here this afternoon, there is a list somewhere at the entrance where you can put your address on that you want to receive some more information about that, what we are providing and talking about. Don't forget to bring your address on that list. That's actually it from my side. Thank you very much.
And our second sponsor for today is SimpleView.
Hi everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the last few days as much as I have. I came to first time actually to a Green Destinations conference, and I came here largely without any particular preconceptions, shall we say, of what we might get out of it. But I'd like to thank all the excellent speakers for their presentations, for their insights into sustainability. I definitely feel as though I've learned a lot. I think as a supplier of digital products and services to hundreds of DMOs across the world, I felt perhaps there was a limit to the extent in which SimpleView could really help destinations with their sustainability agenda. I mean, other than the digitization of their products, and that's fine. I mean, clearly that's better than sending out paper guidebooks. But I thought, well, is that enough? And I don't want to overclaim really on our contribution on that score. But I've had one of those moments, whether you feel as though the penny drops, as it were. And we've heard an awful lot about the accreditations and GSTC, an important part of that, and we've heard about the certification schemes, if you like. Now, I think for me that's probably where we can make the biggest difference, because if the DMOs, the destinations, are encouraging the providers to get themselves accredited for their green credentials, their sustainability, that's all very well. But if nobody knows about it, then it's not actually going to benefit anyone or make a difference. And this is where I feel the scale of SimpleView comes to play, because in the UK alone, the visit websites that we deliver attract something like 100 million user sessions a year. So if even 1% of those visitors to those websites, if we can present all the businesses that are sustainable, that have accreditations, if we can unearth those and present those and give the visitor that choice, because one of the things that I learned was about this nudge behavior. Just by the choice of words and the way in which we can present things, we can change the choices people make. So if we take 100 million potential tourists planning trips, if even 1% of those now make a responsible decision, a decision to make a sustainable trip, that's 1 million sustainable trips in the UK alone that we can influence. So I'm certainly going to go back to our DMO clients and really roll this out to them, encourage them to get on board with it. And I'm really looking forward to working with Green Destinations over the year on these sorts of initiatives. And obviously, if there's any DMOs here that would like to talk to SimpleView about the solutions that we provide to DMOs, then obviously come and speak to Tracy and I. We would love to have a chat with you. So thank you all very much. Enjoy tomorrow.
Thank you again to both of you for sharing your thoughts. Before I have the chance to share some closing remarks with you, I'd like to invite Albert up to the stage to share his closing thoughts with the group.
Thank you, Jeremy. I have 5, actually. Maybe it's too many, but I'll try to be short. The disturbing news for me was, and that's partly also from some contributions, including from José María, that over-tourism is back. We knew that over-tourism was already back in national parks during the COVID, but it's also back in some of our iconic destinations. And I think the good news there then is, that's point 2, that some of the destinations have learned a little bit how to manage that better. So we'll be less worried about maybe the impacts to the local community. Maybe Trevi Fountain will not be as badly overloaded with tourists with making selfie sticks. Well, making selfies with sticks as before. But I mean, if we hear that on some days the Acropolis is visited just by 17,000 people in one day, I think that's hard to control that. So in the session about that, about Greek tourism, I suggested, like, why can't we open the Acropolis as a kind of an open air museum 24/7? Every day, 24/7, why not? What's the problem? And actually, I heard, to my surprise, that was already under discussion. So this is the kind of solutions that we must actually discuss better. Point 3 is that I believe that many destinations in the GD community, as we have been here today over the last 2 years, after 2 days, have used the last 2 years to deepen their understanding of destination sustainability beyond indexes and beyond certification standards towards considering priority principles, like the basic values behind those standards, and KPIs, like the meaningful elements from standards, from indexes, as providing as a focus for improvement according to their own ambitions. I mean, don't listen to global standards. Think about your own situation, your own ambitions, and think about which values, which criteria, which principles, and which KPIs you need from the global sets. From the Global Leaders session, my takeaway, that already a little bit summarized in that session, is that everyone can be a global leader in the Global Leaders community, which is part of our Green Destinations community. We've seen that whether you are actually a consultant, or a big or a large consultant like Solimar International, or an NGO like Good Place, or a national tourism board, or a regional tourism board, or anything else, you can actually catalyze change and catalyze improvement by bringing local, regional, and national stakeholders together, or in your destination, in a city like Athens, or in other cities that are actually connected to the Global Leaders Network, actually to bring the businesses together and to develop common approaches to sustainability at any scale that you're working. Fifth, I think this is really groundbreaking. I mean, my main takeaway is actually the partnership with Outdooractive and the huge amount of things that you can offer to our destinations. I think that's really groundbreaking. I mean, we've been working on that, of course, for a couple of months. We've been talking about that, but considering what you have clarified during the workshop and during the presentations, I think that's a huge opportunity for our destinations to reach many more people, and also to greatly improve the information that all these destinations, all we have, and we want to communicate to people, and then a lot more people. I mean, I think that's last but not least. So number one of my takeaway. Thank you.
So it's been great to see so many people here, so many interesting discussions, so many interesting learnings, so much interesting networking, good time together, some interesting drinking and eating, but most importantly, using this time, this special time that we have together to build more alignment. I think one of the things that we missed the most over the last couple of years without events was, not just gathering and not just being together, but having these moments and these opportunities where we build connections and we build alignments that can be really difficult to do when you're stuck in that little square. I've enjoyed meeting so many of you here, and it's been really refreshing to be around a group of doers. What we have in the room are people who are brilliant, committed, passionate, and working on the ground every day to try to solve some of the big challenges that are sitting on top of all of our heads. And what a great collaboration this has been so far already. It's been such a pleasure working with Albert, Patricia, Anna, and the rest of the Green Destinations team. I want a huge round of applause for the work that they've done. And as well, we have to thank the team from This is Athens, Alexia, Maria, Efe, Tyler, and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for the hard work and hospitality. And we look forward to continuing this collaboration and collaborative spirit as the Travel Foundation, Green Destinations, Sustainable Travel International, Paloma's here somewhere, I think. There she is. And our other coalition partners who aren't with us today seek to support destinations in advancing commitments, planning, capacity, and action. Tomorrow we'll be shifting from the Green Destinations 2022, I have trouble with that for some reason, 2022 event to the first ever Future of Tourism Coalition Summit, which in and of itself is a great example of collaboration and action amongst the third sector, among those of us working in nonprofits and academia, civil society organizations. So we look forward to welcoming you, and I hope all of you are planning to attend tomorrow's Future of Tourism Summit, which takes place across town at a place called Technopolis. So do not come here tomorrow because we won't be here. And we're focused tomorrow on these concepts, particularly of collaboration around what is the most pressing issue of our time, the climate emergency. At the beginning of the day, we are holding a small workshop for DMOs. This is not in the official agenda. But if anyone that is a DMO is interested in attending, there are a few spots left. Please come talk to myself or Graham or Albert. We are co-hosting this between Green Destinations and the Travel Foundation starting at 8 o'clock. No, 8:30 tomorrow. A few of you are already signed up. It will be a small group. We'll be sharing some new research and asking for your input on how we can best support DMO efforts in climate action at the destination level. Tomorrow, we are going to shift very intentionally into a different vibe. So it's going to be a different conversation and a different feel. We want everyone to show up with open minds. We want everyone dressed for comfort. So wear your shorts, no ties, please. And most importantly, ready for action. We don't expect you to wear a tie at all or a suit, but one thing you might want to bring is a cape. In fact, we encourage it. And your homework between now and tomorrow's event is to answer this question. If you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why? Don't tell anyone because you might be talking about it tomorrow. But it's something for you to think about overnight. In fact, I hope that you'll all bring your superpowers with you tomorrow. You're going to need them, and you're going to need them to start thinking about how you're going to put those superpowers into action. And that's going to be an underlying theme of our day. So get your capes ready and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
No, that's not it. Sorry. You need to see me one last time on stage, and then I will not come here again. Promise. We would love to take a picture with all of you on stage. That would be really great. But before, sorry, he's waving. I don't know. But before, I wanted to remind you of your badge again. Scan the QR code, check out the goodie bag. There's really great discounts in it, so make sure to get them. And then I can also just say thank you to all of you and to all of our team members that have been really working hard the last days. Thanks a lot to the whole team. Yeah, that's also worth an applause, I think. Thank you very much.